Distinguished colleagues, please take your seat. We have a long list of events. Chief Whip, is the chamber ready? No, we are ready. Chief Whip, we are ready. Votes and proceedings. Votes and proceedings. Page 109, page 1119. Page 1120. Page 1121. Page 1122. Page 1123. Page 1124. Page 1125. Page 1126. Page 1127. Page 1128. Page 1129. Senator Ibrahim Yahya Olurogbe.
Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, my name is Ibrahim Yahya Olurogbe. I represent Kwara Central Senatorial District. Mr. President, I rise to move that the vote and proceedings of Thursday, 10th day of December 2020 be approved by the Senate. I so move, Mr. President.
Senator Professor Sunday Ono.
Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, I rise to support the motion that the votes and proceedings be approved. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Prof. Distinguished colleagues, those in favor of the motion that the votes and proceedings of Thursday, 10th December 2020 be approved, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. The votes and proceedings of Thursday, 10th December 2020 is hereby approved. Oath. Clerk.
Hello? Distinguished guest. Hello. Come on. Come back here. Come here. Hello. Please, out. Don't cross this place again. Distinguished guest, please, you will be guided by our sergeant at arms. Listen to our sergeant at arms, please. They will guide you appropriately. Please cooperate with us so that we can make this very short and snappy. Distinguished guest, please, you will be guided by our sergeant at arms. Please. Distinguished senators, please, can we take our seat? Distinguished colleagues, please, Senator Obina, please let's take our seat. Distinguished colleagues, please let's take our seat. Obina, please, you are welcome. Please let's take our seat. Just sit. Get a seat. Don't worry.
Distinguished colleagues, this morning we have 4 senators elect who will take their oath, and they are Honorable Henry Shreke Dixon, Belsa West, Cleopas Moses Zwage, Belsa Central, Nora Ladi Dadut, Plateau South, and Michael Adetokumbo Abiru, Lagos East Senatorial District. They are already standing before us to take their oath. Clerk of the Senate.
Distinguished colleagues, please. Senator Matthew, please allow the distinguished to take his seat. Welcome. Please, distinguished, take your seat at the back. On the wrong side.
Senator, congratulations.
You're welcome.
Distinguished colleagues, Chief Whip, distinguished colleagues, No, that's not. Wait, please. What is wrong with this?
Distinguished colleagues, please, can we take our...
Please, distinguished colleagues, let's take our seats. Chief Whip, have you given Senator Saraki this seat on that side? Why is he? Why is Senator Saraki this? Oh, okay. Well, that's a topic for another day. But we are waiting and watching. Well, distinguished colleagues, four of our colleagues have just taken their oath, and for the benefit of our colleagues who may have just walked in, there are Senator Harry Siraki Dixon, Belsa West, Senator Cleopas Moses Zuwoge, Belsa Central, Senator Nora Ladi Dadut, Plateau South, and Senator Michael Adetokumbo Abiru, Lagos East. On behalf of the rest of us, congratulations to our colleagues who have just taken their oath. And let me, on behalf of all of us, welcome His Excellency, the Governor of Plateau State, Right Honorable Simon Lalong, himself a parliamentarian, and 2 or 3 of our former colleagues. I was told Senator Mamora is here. Senator Mamora, we are proud of you. You are a good ambassador of the National Assembly in the executive arm of government. And we hope that everyone who passed through this system of the National Assembly and finds himself there will behave like you do. You are a good example. Distinguished Senator Senator Benga Shafa, who himself represented Lagos East, I think. Distinguished Senator Ashafa is now the MD of Federal Housing Authority. You are welcome. You too, you are very good ambassador of this Senate in the executive arm of government. We are proud of you. You are welcome. Distinguished Senator Victor La, who represented Plateau South himself, our soul is here. Distinguished Senator Victor La, you are welcome. You are a family member of the Parliament, the National Assembly, having served in the House of Representatives, and of course served here in the Senate to represent Plateau South. Very distinguished family members of our distinguished senators who have just taken their oath of office. KBCs, I can see many here. You are all welcome. Let me, by way of remark, say that this Senate, the 9th Senate, is a Senate that has designed and devoted itself to working for Nigerians. We work here in a very bipartisan fashion. What is before us, what concerns us, what we are worried about is our country. We are on different platforms and 3 parties are represented in the Senate, with the APC being the majority party, PDP being the majority-minority party, and YPP being the minority-minority party. We have so far, in our assessment of ourselves, which may in some cases be a bad thing because you need to wait for someone to assess you, but it's like if we wait for people to assess us, we will wait forever. We have done fairly well as an assembly. And the secret is unity of purpose. We believe that we have to serve our country, and our country cannot need us more than it needs us today. We are faced with challenges, but these are surmountable challenges. The secret is remain united, remain focused, partner and support each other. And that is what we do here. So our colleagues who have just joined us, incidentally, at the moment, it's a draw. APC has 2 and PDP has 2. But that is not the major thing. The major thing is we are one. Lastly, I want to pray that our countrymen and women will always give their maximum and utmost support to the National Assembly in particular and to the legislature. The National Assembly is made up of human beings. We can make our mistakes because we are human beings. But this 9th Senate and indeed the National Assembly will never do anything deliberately to cause any problem in governance. We are patriotic, probably more patriotic than anyone or any institution, and will continue to do so. When Nigerians criticize us, they should criticize us for genuine issues. If we fail, wake us up, alert us. But when we do the right things, please give us the encouragement that we need so that we can do more and better. With this, I want to thank you for coming, for supporting your own, now our own, because we have to live without them, and we will be with them here for the next 2.5 years by the grace of God. And may God Almighty continue to guide and protect this country, our Federal Republic of Nigeria. May God continue to protect all the people of this country from whatever machinations and the insecurity that we face. Thank you very much. Now the clerk, the Senate attempts, we can have our visitors. Your Excellency, you are welcome. Safe trip to all of you. Thank you very much. Petitions, Senator Adi Young. Oh, sorry. Distinguished, before the petition, I have an announcement to make. Distinguished colleagues, there is a letter from one of our colleagues, Senator Obinna Joseph Ogba. His Excellency, Distinguished Senator Ahmed Ibrahim Lawan, President of the Senate, notification of the death of my beloved father. Your Excellency, it is with a deep sense of grief, but with gratitude to God, that I write to notify you and my distinguished colleagues about the passing on to glory of my beloved father, Chief Ogba Oku Odo Ome Ihe Ufuwan of Nkalagu, who slept on the Lord on the 10th day of December 2020. My father was a community leader, a councillor who represented Nkalagu community. He was a peaceful, honest and God-fearing man while alive. He will be missed greatly. The burial arrangements will be communicated to you in due course. Thank you, Mr. President, and my distinguished colleagues. Sign, yours sincerely, Senator Obinna Ogba, Chairman, Senate Committee on Youth and Sports. Petitions, Senator Adijan.
Thank you, Mr. President, distinguished colleagues. I remain Senator Adijan from Plateau North. Mr. President, this morning I have two petitions. One is from ASC1 Choji DD, who is alleging wrongful dismissal from the Nigerian Custom and is petitioning the Controller General of Nigerian Customs Service to have his service reinstated. Is therefore seeking the intervention of the Senate to ensure that his case is addressed. Mr. President, the second petition is from Mr. Dun Daliop, a retired CSP of police, who is complaining against the encroachment of his land, is petitioning against the Nigerian Erosion and Watershed Management Project in Jos.
Distinguished Gian, all we need is just a synopsis. I think it's taking too long to present the petition.
Very well, Mr. President. It's the second one. I finished with the first one. And the second one, like I said, is from Mr. Dungdaliop, who is alleging encroachment on his farmland by the Nigerian Erosion and Watershed Management Project in Jos, and is seeking the intervention of the Senate to ensure that his situation is addressed. With your kind permission, please let me lay these petitions before the Senate.
Is any of the petitioners seeking any judicial remedy?
There is no search for judicial intervention. That's why they brought it before the Senate.
Okay, you may lay the petitions. The petitions are referred to the Senate Committee on Ethics, Privileges and Public Petitions to report back within 4 weeks. Any more petitions? Leader of the Senate.
Point of order, Mr. President.
Point of order, Senator Bello Mandia, Katsina South.
I'd like to come on order 42 and 52. With your kind permission, I may read them.
You may read.
42. The matter for discussion shall, if possible, be referred to the President of the Senate before commencement of the day sitting, and the President of the Senate shall refuse to allow the claim unless he is satisfied that the matter is definite and urgent. I would like to go on 52 also, sir. Notice shall not be dispensed with in the case of a motion or in respect of any other proceeding for which notice is required except with the consent of the President of the Senate and the general assent of the senators present. Thank you, sir.
Give us a synopsis of the issue.
Thank you, Mr. President. My name is Senator Bello Mandia. I represent Katsina South. The motion is on the abduction of the student of Government Science School, Kankara. The Senate notes with sadness, grief.
No. Just, you are not going to read the motion. You need to get the permission endorsement of the senators. Just what the issue is.
It's on the abduction of the student of Government Science Secondary School, Kankara, which took place on Friday.
All right. Distinguished colleagues, we have listened to our colleague Senator Bello Mandia, who has come under our standing orders 42 and 52 for the Senate to allow him to present his motion now. And the issue, as he said, is the issue of the abduction of students of Government Science Secondary School in Katsina State, which I'm sure all of us are aware. So is it the wish of the Senate that we allow him to present his motion? Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. You may present your motion now.
Thank you, Mr. President, once again. My name is Senator Bello Mandia. I represent Katsina South. The Senate notes with sadness, grief, and great concern the recent terrorist attack and abduction of students at Government Science School, Kankara, Katsina State, by government on Friday, 11 December 2020, as widely reported in both local and international media. Further notes that according to reports by media organizations, including Al Jazeera, the British Broadcasting Corporation, otherwise known BBC, the Premium Times, the Daily Trust newspapers of 13 December 2020 reported that more than 300 schoolboys are still missing following the attack. Recall that media reports about this disturbing incident indicate that the attackers stormed the school premises and engaged government security agents in a fierce gun battle, forcing hundreds of students to flee and hide in the surrounding forest, while others were reportedly abducted by gunmen. Further recalls that Katsina State Governor, His Excellency Right Honorable Aminu Bello Masari, was reported to have confirmed that before the incident, the school, which operates as a boarding school, had a total student population of 884, but after the attack, the whereabouts of about 303 students is yet to be ascertained. Aware that Section 14(2)(b) of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, as amended, stipulates that the welfare and security of students shall be the primary responsibility of government. Those government at all levels owe the people the duty to provide adequate security. Aware that the recent attack and abduction of school children at Government Science School, Ankara, Katsina State, is coming on the heels of yet to be resolved abduction of 270 girls who took place at Government Secondary School, Chibok, Borno State in 2014, and abduction of over 100 school girls at Government Girls Science and Technical School, Dapchi, Yobe State in 2018. I'm concerned that the other instance of school children abduction that took place in Chibok and Dapchi several years back, if no immediate action is taken to rescue Kankara schoolboys, their fate may be sealed in the hands of terrorists. accordingly resolves to condemn in very strong terms the attack on Government Science School Kankara, Katsina State, which led to the abduction and disappearance of over 300 students. Invite the Minister of Defense, Chief of Army Staff, Chief of Air Staff, Director General, Department of Security Service, and the Inspector General of Police to brief the Senate on measures being taken to rescue the missing students at Government Science School, Kankara, Katsina State. And urge the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, President Muhammadu Buhari, GCFR, to consider and implement the recommendation of the Senate Ad hoc Committee on Nigerian Security Challenges, dated March 17, 2020, and Senate resolutions therefrom, as a holistic response to the mounting security challenges across the country. I so move, Mr. President.
Senator Ahmed Sani Musa.
Thank you, Mr. President. My name is Mohammed Sani Musa, representing Niger East Senatorial District. This motion is coming at the right time because just yesterday I stand to second this motion. But as I second this motion also, I have my own issue. All this issue has galvanized the whole of the North. Just yesterday, a pastor was killed. This is a man that was just living in his house peacefully, and suddenly bandits attacked that home and killed him, took his wife, took his children all away. The Hakimi of Yakila in Rafi local government was abducted on Saturday with the APC youth leader of that ward. Till today, they have not been rescued and no news about them. This is every day going on. And it is in this hallowed chamber that we spoke that the service chiefs have done very well. They should go. The fountain of knowledge is not discriminatory. Nobody, no single individual will suffer this thing if this change is done. The president will not suffer anything if this change is done. But we cannot continue to be here after we have sworn to the Quran that we are going to stand for the people, and we will come here every day people are dying and nothing is happening. And we continue to talk, we continue to go and confront them. We can't bring those lives back. We can't continue to be leaders when the people who are leading are being killed every day. What are the police doing? Yesterday, armed bandits were roaming the street of Tegina, and Beji is just about 30 kilometers to Mina. They were roaming, going to buy bread, buying geisha, this sardine geisha, canned fish. And nobody saying anything to them. And then we will continue to live here and think we are at peace with ourselves? No, we are not at peace. Mr. President, there is need for this chamber to draw the attention of Mr. President that enough is enough. This service chiefs will go.
Yes.
We should give impetus to new blood.
Yes.
There are people that have new ideas. Technology is taking over everything today. We don't have the army. We don't have the police. Why don't we deploy technology? Just recently somebody is saying we should bring mercenaries to Nigeria. Why should we bring mercenaries to Nigeria? When we have vibrant youths that are ready to stand for this country. I'm not emotional. I'm being very honest and I'm talking from the heart. Enough of this thing. Mr. President, I wish the National Assembly will take a drastic action on this. We have the powers to appropriate. We have been appropriating. Where is this fund going to? Are these service chiefs the only people that can move this country or defend the territorial integrity of this country? Enough of this thing. I saw a concern.
Senator Kabir Bakia.
Thank you, Mr. President, distinguished colleagues. I'm Senator Engineer Kabir Barkia, representing Katsina Central. Mr. President, I rise to support this very, very important motion, of which definitely I can say it's really a sad, very sad incident that happened in Kankara. Mr. President, just like my colleague said, enough is enough. You know, we cannot just sit down here every day while this thing is happening. We keep on condemning, and maybe you have 1 minute silence, and then disperse, and that's the end of it. Mr. President, whenever this thing happens, what I want all of us to put is, just assuming that here there are children among those that were abducted, what will you feel? So, Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, definitely we have to do something very, very urgent. Because it's not just, we cannot just sit down here and say, okay, 200, 300, 500 children here abducted, especially in the northern part of the country. Why, Mr. President, distinguished colleagues? And we are here. Just as your colleague said, we keep on appropriating money to security agents, but nothing is being done. Every year we appropriate billions of naira. So, Mr. President, we have to definitely do something on this issue. Somebody was telling me that, of course, all these kidnappers, whatever, they have informants. And immediately they wanted to do the action. The informant will just tell them, okay, this is what you should do. So why can't you also involve this communication? NCC, the communication ministry. Assuming we can even, for example, now, before this thing can still happen, we can just decide this communication, we can off it, Mr. President. So we have to invite, at least initially agreed to invite this communication minister, so that yes, we have to put hands together and see how we can stop this incident, Mr. President. Therefore, I definitely want all of us to support this very important motion and to implement prayers, and not only condemning, but take action. Because enough is enough, Mr. President. Something has to be done. Thank you very much, distinguished colleague. Mr. President, I trust upon this
Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. My name is Seyin Naya Baribe. I represent Abia South. And I will make only one sentence statement on this matter. Mr. President, bring back our boys.
Thank you very much, Minority Leader. Senator James Manager.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. My highly respected colleagues, James Ebiowo, Manager, CON, Delta South. Mr. President, mine too will be very brief, but not as brief as one sentence, as demonstrated by the minority leader. Mr. President, one can understand the motions, undoubtedly. You have just addressed us and the guests that we had just how many minutes ago. Unusual, but you did the right thing. When you have only one senator being sworn in, one person being sworn in, no news. But when you have about 4, you needed to say something. And you told the gospel truth about the bipartisan approach of the Senate in particular. And that is what is happening now. I can understand the emotions as demonstrated by the man from Niger. I'm sure that is the one that is under intense, terrible pressure. Is notorious for as far as kidnapping is concerned, that is the worst place in the country. Niger is been in the news almost every day. One can understand emotions. One can even understand emotions from the Niger, the Katsina senator. Mr. President, we have said a lot of things here. A lot. And at the end of the day, we condemn. The prayer is already known to the public. They will condemn. In fact, the bandits, the criminals, it is as if they enjoy we condemning their actions. When we condemn and we rise up for 1 minute silence, I'm sure they celebrate it, wherever they may be. So, Mr. President, we have done all that we needed to do as lawmakers. Let the public be aware that we have done all that we needed to do. We can't go beyond where we are now. The leader of the Senate led an ad hoc committee, and we came up with powerful resolutions. The second attempt, the first attempt in the life of the Senate, but there was another one led by you as leader of the Senate in those days, for which we spent 1 full week somewhere in town, a retreat, and we came up with the same resolutions. Then the leader of the Senate today also led one, like I said. What is happening to those things that we resolved? And we have packaged everything and we have handed all these things to the executive to implement. Not one item has been implemented, and then we are talking about inviting the service chiefs. For what? For what? We used to have one senator here in those days. The man will come, I will not mention the name, the man will come, he will sit down here, and after 2-3 minutes the man will leave. Coincidentally, I was sitting next to him. I said, my man, you don't sit down here again. What is your problem? He said, no, you come here, you talk and you talk and you talk. Whatever you talk means nothing. And therefore, he's tired of talking and he will come and then go. He will calculate when certain things will happen. He will come and then he goes. Mr. President, please, you heard this place. You heard the National Assembly. Please, what we have resolved to do, package very well. Let some of the things that we have resolved to do be implemented. Otherwise, Mr. President, I will be like that man who was there with us. By the time the only issue of insecurity is being discussed, I will pack my nose and go. Because we are tired. We are tired. Every day, 1, 2, 3 persons. This one that happened in Katsina. How did it happen? There is a puzzle for boys, young boys, 333, conflicting figures. But if it's 333 young boys, I can imagine what a young boy can do for them to be packaged away. How did it happen?
Not in a lot.
Mr. President, there are so many unanswered questions. What a country. What a country, Mr. President. What a country. Something has to be done. But what do we do apart from talking here? Is the talking that we are doing again and again and again. Nigerians, please appreciate, do what our contribution. We can't talk beyond the talk. Mr. President, to God be the glory. Let the children be rescued. Thank you, Mr. President, for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Senator Agemo Susan.
Mr. President, I'm Dr. Gabriel Suswam, Benue Northeast. Mr. President, I crave your indulgence to allow me read 2 provisions from the Constitution of the Federal Republic, 1999 as amended. The first one was quoted by the mover of the motion. That is the section under Chapter 2, Fundamental Objectives and Directive Principle of State Policy. Section 14(2)(b). It says, the security and welfare of the people shall be the primary purpose of government. I go to section 88 of the same Constitution, Mr. President. Section 14(2)(b). Mr. President, I go to section 88 of the Constitution. Just allow me to read from 1 up to B. Subject to the provisions of this Constitution, each House of the National Assembly shall have power
by resolution published in its journal or its gazette of the government of the Federation to direct or cause to be directed an investigation into any matter or thing with respect to which it has power to make laws and the conduct of affairs of any person. Conduct of affairs of any person, Mr. President. I'll stop there. Mr. President, enumerated here, all that has occupied, or about 70% of what has occupied here, has been discussions of security situation. Mr. President, if the primary assignment of government is for the security and welfare of the people, how can we continue, as has been said here by previous speakers, to sit here pretending to be representative of the people? We are pretending to be their representative.
Distinguished Senator Gawusu, we are not pretending. Please, we are not pretending to represent people.
That, Mr. President, with all seriousness, because we need to go beyond where we are today if we are really representing them. Mr. President, we need to go beyond this level. We have discussed this thing for almost 1 year and nothing has happened. And then we'll continue to discuss it. How can, Mr. President, me and you have children? Over 300 children have been moved. Mr. President, movement of children in that number. Any serious security apparatus within 1 hour they can rescue those children. We have allowed days to pass. They will begin to disperse these children into small numbers and move them. It means that we don't have a serious security intelligence in this country. And so, Mr. President, we cannot be representing the people and continue to pay lip service to it. We are paying lip service. And so, if the government, when we say government, this is not a partisan issue. It's not about APC. We are part of government. But there's a leadership of this country. And that leadership takes the whole responsibility of whatever is happening. And so, Mr. President, we cannot continue to talk. A desperate situation needs a desperate action. And we must become desperate. If we are not desperate, we are pretending. We must become desperate to address this situation. And so, Mr. President, as has been moved, if those security, because I don't think that the issue of change of, that one we are sounding like a broken record already. Every day we say change security. It's far beyond that, Mr. President. It's far beyond that. We must call a spade a spade. Responsibility must be taken. Let us, the other time, they said the president agreed to come and address the National Assembly in a joint session. Some individuals said that he shouldn't come. Now 300 children have been moved. Who knows who will be moved? Is it because one day they can move senators? One day they can move senators, Mr. President. You attend a lot of functions in different places. We can't wait until they move you that we say that something has happened. We can't. And so this situation needs a desperate, as a National Assembly and as our leader, Mr. President, we have reached a stage where we must become desperate. And that desperation needs desperate action. And we can take desperate action from here that will be impactful. Let us take actions that Nigerians will know that yes, we are here addressing their hopes, fears and aspirations, not just paying lip service in these chambers. As far as we continue to just talk and live like manager said, most of us are becoming disenchanted and discouraged. How can they move 300 children in a country? The other day, America came all the way into Nigeria to rescue one American. One. Since Friday, over 300 children have been moved. Then we have security people who are just collecting money and building big houses in Abuja. And then we say that we can only pay lip service. And then we say we are representing the people who are not representing them. We must address this issue the way it is. Not because we just come here and talk and go. Mr. President, we want to appeal to you. You are our leader. We will give you all the support. We will give you all the necessary support. You must take the bull by the horn. It has reached that stage that you must take the bull by the horn. We are standing with you. Nothing will happen in these chambers. We will support you to the end, but we must be seen to be working for the Nigerian people and not just talking, Mr. President. I so submit, Mr. President.
Senator Ibrahim Olorogbe.
Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, my name is Ibrahim Olorogbe. I represent Kwara Central. Mr. President, I want to title my contribution as Enough is Enough. And of course, it's also come from the slogan that we used to win our election. I think enough is enough in this country about security. Enough is enough for this Senate to speak only of security, Mr. President. As my distinguished colleagues have said earlier, enough of speaking, it should be more of action. I look at the prayers of this motion. I didn't see it different from several of such prayers we have done in the past. So, Mr. President, at the end of the debate today, I want us to come up with a different action, different from inviting service chiefs or invite anybody to come and tell us what has happened. What do they want to tell us, Mr. President? I did my personal investigation. 303 students were moved, not by truck. They were moved on leg by the trek from the school to the bush. That took them several hours. Only God knows the health condition of those children now. And now we say we have security. What will the service chief come and say? What will anybody, police chief will come and say to us? Mr. President, we are part of the government of this country. We are part of the leadership by the grace of God at this time. We need to take a different action from what we are doing. Such actions should come up at the end of this. Mr. President, it's not only about the children. Every day as we speak, only God knows how many Nigerians are being kidnapped. Only God knows how many Nigerians are being killed, Mr. President. Why are we here? We swore to an oath to defend our Constitution. The Constitution, as quoted severally, stated that our main responsibility is for safety, welfare, and security of Nigerians. If we cannot do that, then enough is enough for us. Mr. President, I want us at the end of this debate, beyond this, that just like the last speaker said, with your leadership, we need to take a different action. May God direct us. Thank you for allowing me to speak, Mr. President.
Senator Michael Okwe.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm Michael Okwe. I represent the Central Senatorial District. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, this is one of the situations that no one envies. But it's a situation that needs to be dealt with, and we need to remind ourselves once again that sometimes it is not the situation in which we find ourselves that's even most important. It is how we deal with such situation. We have always addressed, Mr. President, by way of our resolutions and through leadership intervention. For once, Mr. President, I think it is time for us to address the Nigerian people as a parliament. I stand this morning to join my colleagues in telling Nigerians that we hear them loud and clear. I stand joining my colleague to tell Nigerians that we are not unmindful of their concerns about security and welfare of the Nigerian citizens. We stand, Mr. President, to tell Nigerians that on a daily basis, as a parliament, we are becoming helpless. We know the law, and we are committed to protecting the constitution of this country. Again and again, our colleagues have quoted very relevant provisions of the Nigerian Constitution, the most crucial and the most relevant of which is section 4B of the Constitution of this country, that says the essence of government, the primary duty of a government, shall be the welfare and security of the Nigerian people. Yes, we know this, and that has been the basis of our resolutions. So if we are now at a point where we sit down as a parliament and we discuss and we take resolutions, and all you will take is one spokesperson for a president or a minister that will reply, to what we have said, as if all those resolutions don't even mean anything. Today, Nigerians need to be told, and we are telling them, because there's no point pretending about this any longer. We have tried our best, we are trying our best, nobody seems to be listening to us on this issue. If our law makes it possible for the parliament, this Senate, to be a participant in the appointment of service chiefs by way of confirmation, and we are saying these people have tried their best, let them go, and we keep saying this, by implication, it means our own aspect of that appointment is already withdrawn. Is Mr. President waiting for us to bring a formal motion to the floor of this House to say we've passed a vote of no confidence? Is that what they are waiting for? We have said this, times without number. That is what Nigerians want. What is the problem in removing a service chief who either has even overstayed his welcome as a career officer, or one that is about just having just 1 or 2 months to retire? What is the big deal about this? And they say no other person is competent to decide these responsibilities in Nigeria. And let me also be said, Mr. President, that I, as a person, I have my own position. The law is very clear as to whether or not the parliament can invite the president of this country. And let no one be told that the Senate has taken a position on this. There's no formal position, and if any interview has been granted in that respect, let it not be taken as a position of the Senate, because if it becomes necessary for us to take a position, we shall debate the law and take our position in that regard. Mr. President, this is a very serious situation, and I don't feel it is anything that any member of this parliament is taking for granted, but we are handicapped, and that is our message to Nigerians. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Lado.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I am Senator Abdullahi Adamu, and I represent Nasarawa West in the Senate. Mr. President, I want to talk as a father, like most who have had the opportunity to address this issue this morning have tried to do. That is, to identify myself with the inestimable concern that the issue of this kidnapping has continued to evoke in all of us. My heart goes with these children and their parents. My heart also goes with the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. He is also a father. And I want to just say, Mr. President, that when the going gets tough, the tough gets going. There is nothing we haven't said on this chamber and in other fora that was floated by the National Assembly to address the issue of our national security, issue of security infrastructure and what have you. But our fortune has not changed. If anything, it has become worse. But the solution to the problem is not despair. The solution to the problem is not fault finding. This Senate, the National Assembly, is part and parcel of this government. And I want to appreciate you, Mr. President, for the ability you have so well demonstrated in being so bipartisan in virtually every step of the journey so far since your leadership of this. I want to emphasize that yes, this problem requires some solution, But our misfortune or our limitation, Mr. President, is the fact that we can only legislate and oversight. We have limitations because we cannot go beyond the law we make or to oversight. And it is common knowledge that where you don't have the power of hiring, you have no power of firing. Let's not deceive ourselves on this. I think Nigerians who are fair-minded will testify to the fact of our concern as a National Assembly on what is going on with the security situation. But we must go a little further. We must take the step of wisdom, the step of concern, the step of partnership with the leadership of this country, because each one of us here belongs to that class of leaders of this country. Where there is failure, the failure is our failure, all of us. All of us. So I want to suggest, Mr. President, that in the face of all that has been done this far, and in the face of the fact that the problems would appear to go beyond our expectation of solution, I want us to think out of the box. We have quoted every aspect of the Constitution that is relevant to this issue of security, to no avail. We have called the security chiefs in their numbers at different times, to no avail. We've had workshops, round tables, to no avail. There is a Hausa saying, if you permit me, Mr. President, idan ciwo yake magani, rai yake nema. If an ailment it persists and every form of medication does not yield it is looking for life of the patient, we have a duty to stand up. And in that standing up, I want to advise, Mr. President, that you set up a small committee, bipartisan committee, comprising the APC and the PDP, because I want to praise what we've done. Not just because I'm part of it here, but we have seen a big difference in the posture of the National Assembly in national issues. We have never been divided on the basis of partisan party division. I want us to exploit that spirit of bipartisanship, and you and the leadership set up a small committee, not too big, bogus committee, so that we can sit and proffer some other solutions, because this is a security problem, and talking here to the gallery does not solve the problem. We have tried, we have done it, everything has been said, all right? We don't have to go on. Let us have a small committee, and we will come out with some ideas that have not been tried before. I so submit, Mr. President.
We go to the prayers. Accordingly, resolves to 1. Prayer 1. Condemn in very strong terms the attack on Government Science Secondary School, Kankara, Katsina State, which led to the abduction and disappearance of over 300 students. Those in favor of this prayer say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Prayer 2. Invite the Minister of Defense, Chief of Army Staff, Chief of Air Staff, the Director General, Department of State Security Service, and the Inspector General of Police to brief the Senate on measures being taken to rescue the missing students at Government Science Secondary School in Kankara, Katsina State. Senator Bello, do you want me to put the question?
Mr. President, you can step it down, sir. That's the feeling of this.
Those in favor of prayer 2 say aye. Those against say nay. The nays have it. Prayer 3. Urge the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, President Muhammadu Buhari GCFR, to consider and implement the recommendations of the Senate Ad Hoc Committee on Nigeria Security Challenges dated March 17, 2020, and Senate resolutions therefrom as a holistic response to the mounting security challenges across the country. Those in favor of this prayer say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Additional prayer leader.
This is in line with the suggestion advanced by Senator Abdullahi Adamu. Say, constitute an ad hoc committee to brainstorm on the issue of security. Think out of the box and advise the Senate on the best way forward.
Seconder, Senator Abu? No. I'm looking for a seconder to the leader's prayer. Senator Abdullahi Adamu.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency the President. I stand to support wholeheartedly the additional prayer that the Senate in its wisdom should set up a bipartisan ad hoc committee to take a look at the situation that has been so consistently. I so support.
Distinguished colleagues, those in favor of the additional prayer by the leader say aye. Those against say nay. The nays have it. Additional prayer, Senator Ishaku Abo.
Mr. President, my additional prayer goes as follows: that the Senate of the Federal Republic of Nigeria have passed a vote of no confidence on the service chiefs. Thank you.
I have an advice here. The Senate is more than the service chiefs. I think we should maintain our standing. As a Senate, we should not be going down to the level of service chiefs and say we have passed vote of no confidence. This Senate has resolved at one point to have the service chiefs retired. I think that is the kind of thing we should do, but not to come to the level of... but if you want, I can still get someone to second it. Thank you very much. Distinguished colleagues, let me also say this. There is nothing, and this is just emphasizing what most of us have said, there is nothing more important today for government to do than securing the lives of the citizens of this country. Nothing. And in fact, at all times, that's the most important function of any government. I could see the level of even frustration, so to speak. We as a parliament we should never get tired of talking about issues that affect our people. We should never get tired. We have our own limitations, of course, because of the structure of how governance must be carried out. But we must never get tired or be frustrated of reporting what is happening to our people. We should take, I believe, that we should think outside the box. We should think outside the box. We have said so many things. What are those new things that we need to say to bring everybody to the table for the kind of action that we believe in the Senate and indeed in the National Assembly that should be taken? My first motion in 1999 was on banditry in the House of Reps. Then there was banditry in the Northeast, especially between Damaturu and Maiduguri. bandits will come out, operate on the highway 2-3 times in a day. And from that time till date, the story has been either the same or modified, but the insecurity will come in this form or another form. We are going to take another 42-52. And without preempting what Senator Bukiar will say, some of our students were killed 2 days ago in an IDP camp. These are issues that we must never get tired of talking about. We are part of government. We are part and parcel of government. But we have a specialized function. And all these things that we appear to be worried about that nothing has been done is because of the function that we have been appropriated to by the Constitution. But it doesn't mean that we are wasting our time. We are not wasting our time. So I believe that we should continue to talk about these things. We should continue to engage with the executive arm of government until the appropriate actions are taken. Because that is what we are expected to do as a parliament. I believe that we have expressed ourselves, some very emotionally, but definitely everybody spoke dispassionately. Thank you very much. Senate Leader. Point of order, Senator Abukiari.
Thank you, Mr. President, distinguished colleagues. I rise on order 4252. With your kind permission, may I read? 42.1, the matter for discussion shall, if possible, be referred to the President of the Senate before commencement of the day sitting, and the President of the Senate shall refuse to allow the claim unless he is satisfied that the matter is definite and urgent. 2, if the claim is allowed by the President of the Senate and the leave of the Senate is given by at least 1/5 of all the senators, the matter shall stand over till the next legislative day. Not more than one such motion may be made at the same sitting. I also go to order 52 that says notice shall not be dispensed with the case of a motion or in respect of any other proceeding for which notice is required except with the consent of the President of the Senate and the general assent of the senators present. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, I want to present a motion, yet another sad event on the senseless killing by Boko Haram insurgents on Tumur refugee camp in the far region of Niger Republic where displaced Nigerians reside. I so move, Mr. President.
Distinguished colleagues, our colleague Senator Abukiari has come under standing orders 42 and 52 for us to allow him present his motion, which he gave us a synopsis. Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. You may present the motion.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, distinguished colleagues. Abubakar Kyari, Senator representing Borno North. The Senate knows the effect of Boko Haram insurgency on affected population of northeast Nigeria and Borno North in particular has led to a movement of massive proportion of a large population from Abadam, Mobar, Guzamara, Kukawa and Mongoro local government areas of Borno State to Difa region in neighboring Niger Republic. Alarmed by the resurgence of senseless and barbaric killings by insurgents in recent weeks, a similar senseless killing had occurred on Saturday, the 12th December 2020 in Tumur town of Difa region in Niger Republic, where a huge population of refugees from Abadam local government area of Borno State reside. The attack occurred around 8 p.m. when Boko Haram insurgents stormed the town, shooting people at sight and setting ablaze the whole town. Following the mayhem that lasted for several hours, it is with great sadness and shock that 37 people lost their lives. 25 were shot to death, 9 died as a result of burns sustained by fire, and 3 drowned in the nearby river while trying to escape.
Several others are still missing, and several sustained varying degrees of injuries. The surviving people lost all their belongings except the clothes on their back as a result of the fire. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, you may recall I mentioned in this hallowed chamber when on 27th May 2020, a fire disaster occurred in the same refugee camp. The population are yet to recover from that disaster when this sad attack happened on Saturday, thereby leaving the people with nothing whatsoever. The Senate is also concerned that with the cold and harsh Harmattan weather, lack of shelter and food, the people are on the verge of a massive humanitarian disaster. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, if urgent steps are not taken by the federal government, I'm sorry, more people will lose their lives, especially the vulnerable ones, children, women, elderly, and the sick. We also appreciate and commend the efforts of the Nigerian and DFA governments, together with the proactive efforts of His Excellency Professor Babagana Umar Zulum, the Executive Governor of Borno State. Accordingly, the Senate resolved to 1. Urge the federal government to immediately direct the armed forces and relevant security agencies to beef up personnel and equipment to high-prone areas, especially in and around the Lake Chad shores, in order to flush out the insurgents. 2. Urge the federal government to send, as a matter of urgency, medical and emergency relief materials to the victims of this attack. 3. Urge the federal government, as a matter of urgency, to put in place and implement a coordinated action to return our displaced refugees in other countries. 4. Observe a 1-minute silence in honor of those who lost their lives in this unfortunate attack. I so submit, Mr. President and distinguished colleagues.
Thank you, Mr. President, distinguished colleagues. I'm Aliu Sabi Abdullahi. I represent Niger North Senatorial District. I'm from Niger State. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, while I second and support the motion as moved by distinguished Senator Abubakar Kyari, definitely we are dealing with very, very difficult times. And of course, just like the first motion we have taken, the issue before us is that of insecurity. And tied to the issue of insecurity, of course, is the welfare of our citizens. And I think as much as we have discussed a number of these issues in this very hollow chamber, I agree with Mr. President that we will not get tired. So long as we are not tired of seeking the mandate of the people, I think so long we should also not be tired in tackling and dealing with the issues through very democratic means as we are doing here today. Mr. President, while commiserating with the victims of this very dastardly act and unfortunate incident, let me say that we have made our point very clear in previous submissions. But I think we need to understand also that the dynamics are changing. Today, most of the people we are dealing with are operating through the informal system. And because they are operating informally, we sit here and we are dealing with the subject matter through a formal system. I want to submit that they will continue to beat us to it. Unfortunately, when you discuss security matters in the open, you are not bound to get good results. And I think we need to really re-strategize. Most of the crisis area, the flashpoints are known. I recall in this very chamber, we discussed many of these issues. For example, from Kaduna State, we talked about the forest that goes into Zamfara State. We talked about the forest that comes into Niger State. And And just like we predicted that time, all these areas today have become flashpoints of very massive kidnapping and attack on our citizens. Like I said, I represent Niger North. These issues are also there. Wushishi local government, just very close to Mina. 15 people were kidnapped just about some weeks ago. The same thing in Mariga local government. Just near Kontagora in Beri, the same thing. Today, Mr. President, a number of our citizens, if you go to the market, you see them carry all kinds of weapons. And I think that is what is worrisome. You don't even know who is holding what. Just some 2 days ago, we were informed of an interception of a vehicle loaded with rice, in which there were about 72 AK-47. So I think the issues are very, very deep, and it calls for concern. Beyond anything, we need to really find another way of discussing these issues. Mr. President, we may continue to discuss this in the open, but I think the issues require more tact. They require more wisdom than just discussing these things in the open. I commiserate with those who have suffered. I support in totality the points raised by the mover of this motion, and it's my prayer, because in whatever way, we are told Nigerians are very prayerful and prayers are very powerful. I want to say that we are praying very hard. May God Almighty touch the heart of those who are involved in taking any decision to bring succor to our people. We will not get tired of discussing this matter here. At the same time, we will not get tired of praying that God should intervene in this matter. With this, I support this motion, and I urge my colleagues to do the same.
Senator Ahmed Alindu.
Thank you, Mr. President and distinguished colleagues. Today is another day that we come here to lament and discuss the issues of insecurity in the country. Just last 2 weeks, Mr. President, you were in Maiduguri to condole the families of 43 or 67, as the case may be, of families that lost their lives in Zabarmari. On Saturday, again, 37 people lost their life in their camps in Tumur, in Niger, Difa province. Just last week again, 3 of the senatorial districts in Borno were attacked by the insurgents. One is what we are discussing today. In Borno Central, in Guam is just about 15 or 20 kilometers away from Maiduguri. There was an attack by the insurgents. In southern Borno, in Askira Uba, there was attack by the insurgents. Fortunately, the coordinated effort of the Air Force and Army were able to contain the situation. Mr. President, we have lamented enough. We had various public hearings. Under your leadership, you led 2 committees twice. You made far-reaching recommendations. We said here last week, none was implemented. We came here, invited several times the service chiefs and whoever matters in this issue of insecurity. And nothing was done. Instead, the situation is getting worse. Mr. President, at this time now, I think most of us, when such thing happens, we begin to wonder whether to say something or just to keep quiet. But as you say, we can't keep quiet. But then, we can't continue talking without result. And I appreciate the fact that you now say we should think outside the box. That may be the solution. And let me remind everyone here, whether you are a Christian or a Muslim, we are leaders in this country. We have a responsibility. God will ask us, one after the other, what did you do as a senator? What did you do as a senator? I'm not a pastor or a man, but I'm just reminding us what we know, and maybe that will touch our conscience. You can't start hiding under party or anything. We are leaders that are entrusted by our people to come and speak on their behalf. Not only speaking on their behalf, to do anything constitutional. And we know that why government is there is security and welfare of its citizens. I said last time, Mr. President, and we closely took the resolutions, and it's another week now. We cannot continue like this. We have to tell ourselves the truth. We have to stop talking to cameras and then, like more or less, people will start thinking that we are just grandstanding. We should sit down within ourselves and say it as it is and take appropriate actions. Mr. President, if you have any problem with that, allow the Senate to do it. We understand your position. You're in a difficult position. But let me tell you, Mr. President, God will ask you. Wallahi. So, Mr. President, God will ask all of us, but you will be in the front. I will say, I've told the Senate President, maybe that will help me. But that's not a joke. Wallahi, we need to. Enough is enough of this. Enough is enough of us coming here to stand and talk. Even the one I'm saying now, when it will not matter. But it can. This is not the end. The Constitution is clear. It did not limit what we can do. The limit, we have not reached the limit. Let us consider it and see if we have to go further. And you must lead. Because that is what you swore to do. To protect the lives of Nigerians is number one. In fact, is why we are here. The government basic responsibility is security and welfare of its citizens. So, Mr. President, I want to conclude that yes, these motions are there. I did not speak on Katsina, not because I don't care about it, but everybody must have a chance to say something. And I believe that if you allow us, everybody has something to say, a little bit different from what we are talking about. Mr. President, you said we should think outside the box. We should not stop talking. We should not stop doing what we need to do. Mr. President, I'm waiting for you, and we are waiting for you to lead. And we need to close ourselves and talk to ourselves and see what we can do. Thank you very much, Mr. President. I finally want to add to the prayers that this Senate should also, as you went to Borno, send a delegation to Tumbo to see the conditions of our people. And let me say here,
when we come to the prayers, then you can bring your additional prayer.
President, for 6 years, we have over 120,000 Nigerian refugees internally displaced in Niger. Up to now, we have 60,000 internally displaced refugees from my local government in Cameroon. Only God knows the condition they are living. They cannot feed themselves. They are more or less in a prison, in a camp. they can't move freely. And the handouts given to them sometimes is not even there. We have to do something, Mr. President. We, as the Senate, and as you said, we are bipartisan, and that means we give you all the support. You need to lead, and we need to do something. If we reach the end, Nigerians will be with us, because we have tried. It will show that we have done our best, and maybe the best is not enough. Thank you, Mr. President, and distinguished.
Thank you very much, Senator Mohamed Olundumi. Let me correct an impression. Senate President, like we all know, is not the Senate. And when you said I should allow the Senate to debate issues, I'm sure that's what we are doing. There is no shade of opinion that has been muzzled, and it's not even possible and parliamentary to do so. No matter how strongly and passionate and emotional anyone feels about any issue, that is the position the person presents it. So I think there's nothing like allowing the Senate to discuss issues. The Senate discusses and takes a resolution. And I always go by what the Senate goes with. Secondly, all of us here took oath. I believe that individually, like you have said, individually we are responsible for the oath we have taken. But I have the additional responsibility of coordinating the views of senators here. And of course, with your support, I've always tried my best to give the leadership that is necessary and required at any time. And I will continue to do that, because that is my oath, in addition to the oath I took as a senator. So I appreciate my best to give the leadership that is necessary. The issue of taking oath, of course, all of us will one day bear witness, because we have to give account of our stewardship. But I agree completely, things are difficult, things are depressing, and every one of us here is worried. Every one of us. The issue is, as we worry, let's remain clear-headed, clear-minded, so that we can take the right resolutions and the right decisions to see to the kind of outcome that we are praying and hoping for. Senator Smart Ademi. Senator Smart Ademi. I think you raised your hand. You raised your hand. Okay. If you are not going to speak anymore, I can call Senator Adetumbi. No, after Senator Smart.
Mr. President, Martin Luther King Jr. said, and I quote, "The ultimate measure of a man is not where he stands at the moment of comfort and convenience, but at time of challenge and controversy." There are times when truth becomes a light. I want to align with the presentations of my colleagues who have spoken earlier. And I want to say, Mr. President, that this is a very challenging, very difficult time in our nation. And quite a number of the problems confronting our nation today is embedded in the insecurity of our land. Mr. President, the issue we are discussing affects every one of us. It is not an issue of sentiment on the basis of party or religion or tribe. It is the survival of our nation. And I think, Mr. President, you have done your utmost best to make sure that presentations are made on issues as senior citizens, as statesmen. And I salute you for it. But I want to add, Mr. President, that the level of insecurity in our nation today is quite disturbing. And there are two main issues that all the time we talk about insecurity that our colleagues raise here. It is the issue of, are the service chief really in charge? I do not think that
they should wait until when they are asked to go. I think it is honorable for service chief to come to the conclusion that it's either their lieutenants are no longer with them, or they have actually exhausted themselves mentally of ideas to keep our nation at peace. Therefore, Mr. President, I will want just to submit that let the service chief get to know that history will have so many chapters for each one of them for the failure and killings in our nation. Secondly, Mr. President, and this is to our president, to me, Mr. President, there is no nation that is strong enough to say it doesn't need support. If Nigerian armed forces can no longer maintain peace and security, because what I'm seeing, Mr. President, is not just an internal insurgency. It is more of an international conspiracy against our nation. How do you justify boys who are not educated and are carrying out operations as if they are well-trained soldiers? So you can have an idea that if you look at the weapons that these guys are using, they are not locally made weapons. So we must not rule out the possibility of international conspiracy against our nation. And if we come to that, it is not out of place for us to seek for foreign support. No matter how powerful any nation is, there comes a time when you have problems that is beyond you. I think that our president must be courageous not to say, yes, it has come to a time we need international support. Let us not look at it as an issue that we can sweep under the carpet. It's quite disturbing. Daily we are killing of our people, of those who put us here, those who voted for us. We have a responsibility to speak on behalf of these people, of our people. And like Senator Ndomi said, for all men will give account of themselves to their God. So I rise, Mr. President, to say that we condemn the killings, and we submit that the service chief should do the honorable thing to tender their letter of resignation, and to equally call on President Muhammadu Buhari to start looking at international support, because there is no nation that is an island of itself. We cannot say we want to be the giant of Africa when our people are dying. This is international conspiracy. There were reports of some white-skinned people who landed with planes in some part of North Central. There were reports of some helicopters landing at night. Now, what I'm saying in essence is that the problem confronting Nigeria today is not just a local problem. It has international conspiracy. And we must have the courage to say, look, we're under siege. I so submit, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Olubumi Adetumbi representing Ekiti North. Mr. President, it's an understatement to say that our country is in crisis. Because truly, I think we're in crisis. And as statesmen and women of this hallowed chamber, we must rise to the occasion to save the nation. Nigeria needs to be saved. Your Excellency, Mr. President, in 2012, you and I were on that side of the chamber, and we had reasons to raise a rhetorical question. Do we have a government? Under circumstances that are not as severe as what we are expressing now.
Dear.
Your Excellency, we are dealing with a situation that is very, very, very grievous, because lives are no longer safe in Nigeria, and every day we are raising motions here about killings in their scores, missing people in their hundreds in a nation state. Mr. President, there is a problem, and we must confront that problem. I pity Mr. President, because I remember he used to be a military governor of Northeastern State many years ago. As a retired general and a sitting elected president, I just wonder how he feels when situations like this is happening under his watch. Mr. President, I would like to remind us of a statement that Mr. President made in Chatham House, London on February 26th.
year 2016. And I'm going to quote that statement. He says, I quote, "Let me assure you that if I am elected president, the world will not have cause to worry about Nigeria. That Nigeria will return to its stabilizing role in West Africa, and that no inch of Nigerian territory will ever be lost to the enemy. And I, Muhammadu Buhari, will always lead from the front and return Nigeria to its leadership role in regional and international efforts to combat terrorism." End of quote. Mr. President, the President needs our help, and I'm going to tell us how. If the President will not come to address the nation in Parliament, let the Parliament go to him and tell him and remind him of this statement that he should provide the leadership. We have a duty as statesmen here to serve our nation, and whatever help Mr. President needs that the Senate can provide for him, we have a duty, a constitutional duty, and under oath to provide that support. The President must be reminded of this statement. He made it in Chatham House in London. He did. And we cannot afford for this statement to fall flat on ground. 300 people missing in Katsina, the home state of the President. Last week, we debated Borno here. Again, we are debating Borno today. What's going on? If the President will not come to us, let's go to him. Let's go as a delegation of this chamber and go and meet him and encourage him to do the needful, so that it will be on record that the Senate is not in compliance. It's not in complicity with what is going on. This is something you have done before on that side of the aisle. You did it. We did it together. Now we can do it on this same side and help to save our nation. Our nation is in crisis, and we must rise to the occasion to save this country. It is not about election, it's not about party, it's about saving and rescuing Nigeria. I so submit, Mr. President.
Senator Rocha Sokorocha.
Mr. President, since I came to this hallowed chamber, it has been one motion insecurity or the other. It has been 1 minute of silence or the other. I think the issue of security has occupied most part of this red chamber discussion. And at every time we've come up with compendiums, committees, solutions. And the situation doesn't seem to be getting better. Mr. President, the truth be told, we were elected by the people to come here and represent them. And when they did elect us, they believe within themselves that they have sent their best to our nation's capital to guarantee the security of their lives and their properties. But it is obvious that we have not lived up to that responsibility as a people. To move forward rather than getting angry is for us also to take responsibility. And we are quick at taking oaths, collectively or individually, still emphasizing on the security of lives and properties. I speak as a father and one that have children. I do not know what is going through the minds of these parents who all of a sudden woke up and to see that their children are no more. I'm sure there's space and money in their homes now. And all they're saying within themselves is, so does it mean my nation can no longer serve me? Does it mean my country can no longer guarantee the safety of my children and my properties? I could imagine what the families of the beheaded people in Maiduguri are saying right now. Does it mean my leaders can no longer help me out watching their loved ones being beheaded? And every day we are seated here still talking about the same issue. Mr. President, we have no business sitting here if we cannot respect that fundamental principle of security of lives and properties. I can't be proud sitting here as a senator when the citizens of Nigeria are languishing in pains and sense of loss. But let me put it this way. For those of us who are very smart and intelligent, and who might find coinages on how to address the nation's mood, the mood isn't right, Mr. Senate President. And what has not been spoken here is much more than what has been spoken in the minds of the people, no matter the act of pretense or posture. The truth be that we have a challenge, a very big challenge. And we have only one commander-in-chief of the armed forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, our dear President, President Muhammad Buhari, on whose table stood the final authority of this nation. We need to have a discussion, either by our invitation or by his own invitation. And we must sit down as elected people, not appointed people, who now represent the people to find the way forward. If Mr. President needs any form of help, whatever sacrifice we can make to help him succeed, we have to do that. But if there's nothing like that, Mr. President should take responsibilities. We do not have two presidents. And let us stop this issue of Chief of Army Staff resign, this resign, this resign. Let us rather see how we can talk with our president as elected people. There are only few elected people in the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Just as the president was elected, is the way also we're elected. So we have to meet as elected people, represent the people, to discuss this matter and ask Mr. President one question. My dear President, what are the challenges you have? How can we help to stop these insurgents and this news? If you have anything, we can now make the sacrifice and help him. But if Mr. President does not need our help, then Mr. President should take responsibility and show the lead and bring these insurgents to an end. But we, as a nation, and thank God that this Senate, irrespective of where they come from, are speaking out for this. An injury to any part of this country is an injury to all of us. So mine will be to insist that a meeting be called, either by Mr. President or by us, to look at the way forward. Anything that can bring rift again between these two arms of government will rather worsen the situation. May I appeal to all of us to bury our hatchet of anger and see how we can now collectively meet to look. While this is being done, good communication helps to solve problems and pains of the heart. Mr. President, also, in the language you have spoken, Mr. President of the Senate, in the same manner, let leaders address the nation in their capacities to calm nerves. Communication is very, very key. Silence sometimes is not the best of the answer. We must communicate and engage the people to show understanding. I'm sure that we would have suspended the plenaries and the team would have moved to Katsina in our hundreds from National Assembly. Engage the families where possible and say, look, we're in this together. We shall fight to win this war. Good communication emboldens citizens. This is the time we need communication and must communicate right. But Mr. President, your job from now is getting tougher and tougher, and I don't envy you. The situation has called for you to be bold enough to show leadership at this level so that this nation can move forward. I so submit.
Thank you, Senator Surajuddin Ajibola.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm Dr. Surajuddin Ajibola Bashiru. I represent also Central Senatorial District, distinguished senators of the Federal Republic. The situation we have, I think I will move from the submission of Senator Adetunbi from Ekiti. The truth we must tell ourselves is that our country is becoming a failed state. We should call it the way it is. Any state where you cannot guarantee even safety of students, safety of farmers, safety of ordinary workers. Even at the elite of our society, we cannot even guarantee our own safety. I cannot travel from Abuja here to my constituency by road thinking that I will feel safe. So the question we first have to face is that we are in a failed state. So beyond the lamentation, the question we should ask ourselves is that are we totally helpless? I will say it is not the case that we are helpless, but we must rise beyond the fear of today, the fear of tomorrow, or the fear of temporary loss of any benefit or privilege. First and foremost, we must call the attention of our president. We voted for him. Nigerians voted for him to the fact that we are consistently, as a government, failing in our responsibility under Section 42B. There should be a specific resolution in that one. It's a constitution. All of us here, just our colleague earlier today, swore to uphold the constitution. Chapter 2 of the constitution is the fundamental directives and principles of our government. We are consistently, I will say it, not lay the blame on the door of Mr. President alone, as collective representative elected by the people who are failing in that. Now on the question of what do we do? Even at the level of the National Assembly, we have certain things we need to do so that we are not just passing the buck to the executive. March 17 this year, we passed a resolution adopting far-reaching conclusion of a security summit that we held. I have read that proposition. There are legislative actions that will help us, that we as a National Assembly have not even bothered to look at, and we just pass the buck that the executive should implement. If they don't implement, I don't think we are lacking in implementing legislative action. One of the legislative action in that recommendation, those recommendations, is that one, we must decentralize Nigerian police along zonal line, that the decentralization will be operational decentralization and budgetary decentralization. So when we talk about insecurity, it's not just about the military force, it's about policing. Even what happened in Katsina, if there's effective policing, there could be an alert, there will be intelligence that would let us now know the level of intervention that is required. So Mr. President, I want us, maybe when we're in the prayer, to go back. Let us look at that our recommendations. What are the legislative actions that we need to do? And because I find it also indicting on us that the Police Act that we passed was after our resolution. This very far-reaching recommendation on decentralization of Nigerian police on operational and budgetary line was not included in a bill that we passed subsequent to when we have taken a decision. I think it's very important to look at that document. Those ones that are related that require urgent legislative action, let us pass it on to the executive. I think they refuse to do it. Let us veto it. Secondly, what this experience, I was confronted by journalists while speaking on that with the Senate last week, that at 5 different occasions the date was cited. This annual chamber has called for the termination of the security chiefs. And what the handlers of the executive, the president, is telling us is that we don't have the power. The president explicit. Yes, assuming on the state of the law today we don't have power. But the National Assembly, by Section 4 of the Constitution, we have the power to change the law. Let us immediately look at our law now.
as a matter of urgency and make necessary amendments that empower us as elected representatives of the people to have a say in our security, to have a say in the unity of our country, to have a say in the security of our country. So we are not totally helpless and at the mercy of the executive alone. We must use the power that the Constitution has given us and that we have sworn and to uphold in that regard. So therefore, we need to look at even the security architecture in terms of hiring and firing of handlers of our security, and let the National Assembly have a constitutional and legal role to be able to do so that we will not be running into a situation whereby we will be at the death, or will be at the mercy of somebody who purportedly speaking on behalf of the president but cannot even win a councillorship in his constituency, rubbing it on us.
You can round up the sandwich.
Sorry, Mr. President, is that we need to immediately take urgent legislative steps to ensure that we dismantle and then reconfigure the security architecture of our country. I thank you, Mr. President.
The Deputy Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Very distinguished colleagues. Mr. President, over a period of time, I've been very reluctant to contribute on matters of insecurity in the country. Not because I cannot, but because I know nothing will come out of it. But I'm encouraged by what you said, that as a parliament, we need to do our own, to play our role, even though not to the full in the circumstances. Mr. President, I remember very vividly what Senator Adetumbi said in the 7th Senate. While you were on this side, we were in that side. And you literally wept on this floor. I remember very clearly at the wake of the insurgency in the Northeast. And this was genuine expression of pain, inner pain, that was seen in you then. And it was truly a very frustrating situation. Now we are here again, and the situation is growing by degrees. No sign of improvement. And I've been very reluctant to speak because we need to tell Nigerians that we have failed, even as a parliament. Not only the executive, because each arm of government has a role to play. Each arm of government has a role to play. So I was to suggest in our prayers that let us honor and tell Nigerians, because if we cannot, as a government, seek for help elsewhere where we are unable to do this thing, to provide solution or secure lives of Nigerians, we should be able to seek for help. In February this year, Mr. President, I had the grace to attend the National Prayer Breakfast of the United States Congress. And while I was discussing with one of the senators, I think from Illinois specifically, and I told him the challenge of insecurity we're having in this country, and it appears to be not to be abating. Why is the United States not coming to our aid? And he said to me that the United States is not Father Christmas. You will have to ask. In fact, just as the God Almighty that we serve operate, because that is why we pray. We pray because we want God to help us. So where you cannot do anything, and there is somebody that can help you, you go to him and ask him to help you. We're not doing this. And this has given rise to the suspicion generally that what General Abacha said, that insurgency that lasts long, government must be held responsible. And we are part of this government. when you refer to government, it's not only the executive, because we have either refused to do what we should do, or we are playing to the gallery, just as I can see most of us do. When we stand, we speak, we move around the
Deputy Minority Leader, no senator here plays to the gallery. Please, no senator plays to the gallery.
We are doing the right thing. What I mean by this, I said earlier on that all of us, both arms of government, both the executive, both the parliament, and the judiciary have failed Nigerians. And I say this with all sense of humility and responsibility, because it's a matter that is persisting non-stop. Because we issue resolutions, and yet we appear to be very, very helpless. And so one becomes very discouraged to even talk more of this. So why can't we seek for help outside? Let us come up open and seek for help and say we want to be helped as a nation. Because for this matter to be taken to the doorstep of the president is to say that we are in charge. That we are in charge. Because gradually, from account we are receiving from Borno State, this insurgent may eventually take over the whole state and are creeping into the North Central. The Northwest is also a no-go area. And the information we have is that these people are closing on the Federal Capital Territory. This is the truth. And that's what I mean by we move around, we don't speak out this fact as they are. So I hope nothing extraordinary will be alluded to what I mean by we are playing to the gallery. We should speak the fact that these people are closing on us. And eventually we may not even be able to sit here as a parliament. So this is my worry. Thank you.
Senator Walawi Nala.
Mr. President and my distinguished colleagues, you see, when I'm far away from you, Lotto, when you are faced with situation of this nature, that is when leadership is called to test. And the valid question to ask, whether by the constitutional arrangement in this country, the responsibility to implement the contents and the spirit of our constitution rests with Mr. President alone. The answer is no. You see, Mr. President, whether we accept it as a fact or we deny it, the fact is that we were somewhere and certain things are responsible for bringing us to where we are. The issue and the question to ask, whether one man called Mr. President is responsible for that, the answer is no. Then the next thing to ask, having found ourselves in this situation, whether it is the responsibility of one man to take us out of it, Mr. President, the answer is no. So proceeding on that, it justifies my earlier position that it is the entire leadership of the country that is called to test. Now the answer is, when Nigerians in their wisdom made a constitution and decided that they will have the various levels of government in this country to collectively come together to do what is called the primary purpose of governance, which is to protect life and property of Nigerians. At that time, they intended that it is only one man that has the responsibility to do so. The answer is no. So, Mr. President, we must equally accept the fact that the uniqueness of the situation that we have found ourselves in this country, within my limited understanding of history, no country has found itself in that situation. So what does that mean? It means this is the time for us to be sober and understand the fact that only people with capacity can reverse the situation. The next question to ask is whether, assessing our situation, we can validly say that we have people with such capacity to reverse our situation at the helm of affairs in our governance. With the greatest respect, I say no. Having realized that, what is expected of us? What is expected of us as a Senate is to now begin to take stock of our situation and begin to find people with capacity to help us reverse it. This is what is expected of this Senate. It is true we have made several resolutions. It is true we have made several interventions. But like Senator Adetumbi has said, we are at a crossroad now. And everyone knows that when you reach the crossroad, certain decisions that must be fundamental must be taken. And Senator Smart Adeyemi and Ndume are unanimous in accepting the fact that those who voted us into this office expect a lot from us under this situation. The conclusion I'm driving at, Mr. President, and I said it to Senator Adetumbi this morning, it's a research, verifiable. There is no conversation of government as at today that you can do without carrying pain home. We have capacity to reverse that situation. We can. And we know those with capacity to reverse the situation. And extraordinary situations require extraordinary actions. So I will join in Ndume, Mr. President, in saying that as the leader of this Senate, you must stamp your feet to begin to caution certain positions that we take as a parliament, and to see to the possibility, like it has been suggested, of closing, whether you call them wise men or whatever you call them, that will interface with the presidency as quickly as possible in finding solutions to this situation. And I'm telling you, unless you follow this issue, whether you change service chief or whether you change anybody, the situation will be, the more the thing changes, the more they remain the same. Mr. President, as at today, the structure of governance is weak in the sense that the latest research, which I have discussed with Adetumbi this morning, shows that 67% of people who occupy positions in this country today are lacking in capacity to run the office they occupy. So if we accept that, that means some people have to intervene to do this job for them. And this is the time. So Mr. President, my own position is that first is for the Senate to accept that our situation is unique. No country has found itself in this kind of situation based on the history of the countries that we have read. And that the intervention of the Senate will now be to assist Mr. President to look for people with capacity to reverse the situation, so that the public will see that there is a collective action to reverse the situation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Nicholas Tofomo.
Thank you, Mr. President. for the first time, I'm going to be a bit angry addressing the Senate. Our Senate President, you are number 3 in this country. After the President, the Vice President is you. You are also in charge. The House of Reps asked the President for an invitation. It was turned down. You are our Senate President. You have a role to play. You can call the executive of the Senate, go and meet Mr. President and talk to Mr. President that things are not normal in this country anymore. And for the first time, I'm so excited. Either you are PDP or you are APC, we spoke with the same voice because we know Nigeria is now becoming a failed state. We can't continue like this. We should wake up. There's nothing stopping you and the executive to meet Mr. President before the end of the week. And what Mr. President told that we need to get ourselves together and move Nigeria forward. Because I'm even very worried that where are we going in this country? You have a role to play because you are number 3 in the country. Put your feet together, meet Mr. President and have a discussion with him, then we can move Nigeria forward. We cannot just be bucking blame on Mr. President all the time. We too are responsible and we must be seen to be doing something. So Mr. President, let us wake up, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Senator Biodun Olujimi.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, distinguished colleagues. My name is Biodun Olujimi. I represent Ekiti South. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, these are not the best of times for all of us, and we all know it. And so many senators have spoken here, and I'm so glad that the bipartisanship has worked well in this chamber for the first time. Mr. President, there are issues, and the issues have been tackled. But the biggest part of the issue is that before you become a lawmaker or a senator, you must first and foremost be a Nigerian. And of course, a parent. What is happening is not easy to comprehend by most of us. I am not one to share the blame with some of our senators who say we are all involved. No, the executive does not treat this third arm as if we are partners in this business. They treat us as if they don't really require us to do whatever they want to do. So I am one of those who believe we should not take, I don't believe I am part of the problem. But Mr. President, the presidency is not an award. It's a call to duty. And when you call a man to duty, he must be dutiful enough to know when the buck stops on his table. And right now, Mr. President, the buck, as far as security is concerned, stops squarely on the table of Mr. President. And nobody can challenge that. The worst part of this situation is that nobody is talking to us. We're just there as if we're talking rubbish. How many resolutions of this Senate has gone out? Several. None of them has been handled. How many resolutions did we take on even NSAS? None has been tackled. And you are saying it is our business. No, it is not our business. It is the business of Mr. President and this government. And because it is our government, it is our Nigeria, this government has failed all of us. There is no doubt about that. The government has failed us, and the proper thing to do now is for us to do the second force. Mr. President, like everybody has said, we must get up and do something about Nigeria. It's about us. It's about our future. 333 boys. That's the future of Nigeria. That's the entire two chambers put together. Those are the people we are looking up to take over from us. And then somebody will come in the middle of the night, pack them away, and we say we don't know. And then people will slaughter other people in Borno, and we say we cannot find them. Are they hiding? My old mother called me and asked me, were they hidden away in an aircraft or by witchcraft? Because something must have happened. Somebody must have just
ferry these children away and kill the people in Borno. Mr. President, the time has come for us to take drastic action. One of them is that we can't be budgeting for dead people. If we decide that government must do something before we will produce the budget, I am sure they will be up and doing. We must start to think outside of the box. We must hold government accountable. And the only person to do so is you, Mr. President, because this is the third arm and you are equal in all of this. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Matthew Orogide, finally.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm very grateful for this privilege. I am Senator Matthew Orogide, Edo South Senatorial District. Mr. President, as a Senator of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, it behoves on me to join my voice to the very numerous voices of my distinguished Nigerians who are senators representing the different segments of this country. Mr. President, just like in the circumstance of allocating our resources to the different segments of our country, when, of course, we are confronted with the same problem of insecurity in Nigeria, we too must get regimented and lined up to be counted. Mr. President, a while ago, when you were inducting our new members, you mentioned to the visitors that we have a bipartisan approach to solve very many issues that are critical to this country. There could be no better truth than that. Today, Mr. President, one of the questions we ask ourselves, we have been talking about insecurity, coming up with resolutions and all of that. There was a time we asked you and your leadership to meet with the President on these issues some time ago. You went. Mr. President, each time I can feel you. You are as concerned as every other person. You are as concerned as the people who are from these troubled regions. Mr. President, needed to say that you are equally tired. Only last week, the House of Reps took a resolution and it was sent to Mr. President. Certain things came out of the presidency. Initially, yes, the president will appear before the National Assembly and explain the insecurity in Nigeria. We had thought that one, either it was coming as usual to brief us or to have an interactive session with us. That again never happened because of some persons that will always put the president in a position that will make us believe that the president has no respect for the National Assembly. Mr. President, I hold that view very strongly, that Mr. President has no respect for the National Assembly. We must hate, and that's the painful part. Our resolutions don't mean anything. Our bills that are passed and not assented to, it's not just happening, just starting with the nice Senate. It started from the Senate. That's why some of us sit down here. We don't want to bother about motions anymore because resolutions do not have any compelling reason or impact on the executive arm of government. We take a whole lot of time and have sleepless nights to propose individual members' bill only for them not to be assented to. And when you leave here, people tell you, oh, you have been able to, sponsor bills that are not assented to. Again, this insecurity issue. The other time, today we are hearing from Borno North. Somebody from Kaduna will raise up, will stand up tomorrow. Somebody from Southeast will stand up, and we keep going on this thing like a ritual. Mr. President, I want to say again, when I was going in the chambers, I went on television where he said that the primary purpose of any government is the security of life and property of the citizens. That's section 14(2)(b) of our constitution. And I want us to be reminded that the 7th schedule, we have equally taken oath as members of the National Assembly. If we put these two together, what it means that if the executive arm of government have failed in section 14(2)(b), we too have subscribed to oath
in section 8, the 7th schedule. If you just oppose this, Mr. President, you must find a solution. This idea of going to the president or coming for president, I don't subscribe to that. We have exhausted all avenues. There's nothing more to say. We stood up here to say the service to be changed. Even looking at the armed forces regulation, they should have been changed. The president, the more you say it, the more annoying it is to the president. He will never change them. Therefore, Mr. President, please, I want us to have a caution look at section 143. Section 143 is not about removal of Mr. President. There are certain actions that the National Assembly can take. I am not saying the president must be removed. No, it will be premature. But let us take a resolution sent by 1/3 of us, of members of the National Assembly, and sent to him. That again, we are not prodding him, we are compelling him. That, Mr. President, we want to inundate you with the insecurity in this country of our people that are being massacred every day. Mr. President, please take action now. That is compelling. It has not become a doctrine of necessity. Mr. President, in my position, I'm not asking for his impeachment. I'm asking that he be compelled. Let us take a section of section 143 of the Constitution where we take our resolution signed by 1/3 of the membership of the National Assembly and sent to him to tell him that we are serious on this matter. Thank you for the privilege.
We go to the prayers. Prayer 1. Urge the federal government to immediately direct the armed forces and relevant security agencies to beef up personnel and equipment to high-prone areas, especially in and around the Lake Chad shores, in order to flush out the insurgents. Those in favor of this prayer say aye. Those against say nay. Prayer 2. Urge the federal government to send, as a matter of urgency, medical and emergency relief materials to the victims of this attack. Those in favor of prayer 2 say aye. Those against say nay. Prayer 3. Urge the federal government, as a matter of urgency, to put in place and implement a coordinated action to return or displace refugees in other countries. Those in favor of prayer 3 say aye. Those against say nay. And prayer 4. Observe a 1-minute silence in honor of those who lost their lives in this unfortunate attack. Those in favor of this prayer say aye. Those against say nay. Well, thank you very much, distinguished colleagues. Let me say that this is one matter of concern to all of us, and that is why I deliberately allowed everybody to speak. And I want to make this very clear. This Senate, and indeed the National Assembly, like I said before, should never get tired. Should never get tired. Because imagine we don't discuss these issues. What else can we do? So what we need to do is to look at the architectural design of the security system in the country. For me, I see governors talking helplessly. Is it time for governors to have a more level of control of the security system in their states? Is it time now? Because we have to weigh the lives of our people and what we fear. What we fear is abuse of the security system by some state executives, governors. But the level at which people are killed, I think we need to rethink on how to make the security architecture responsive to the security challenges of today in our country. And I also believe that we are in this together, whether someone belongs to the executive and the legislature. But the legislature, the first arm of government, I think we have made series of resolutions, and I want to emphasize and insist that we don't know. All that we need to do is to push harder, whether it's through visitation, like the National Assembly or Senate leadership paying visit to Mr. President, or through continuous channeling of our resolutions and making sure that they make meaning. We have to continue to do this. I believe that, like somebody, Senator Abulai Nala said, this is not about one arm of government. It's about all arms of government, and particularly the executive and the legislature. And we can effect the change. Probably next week. Probably before next week. Because this situation has come to a head. The situation has come to a head, and I believe that when situations reach this level, this crescendo, the solution is nearby. Thank you very much, distinguished colleagues, Leader of the Senate. Point of order, Senator Bima Inagi.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, my highly respected and distinguished colleagues. I rise to come under Order 43 of our standing rules. If you permit me, I would like to read.
You may read. No. Have 1 minute silence, please. May the souls of our murdered compatriots rest in perfect peace. Amen. Senator Mohamed Mamagi.
My name is Senator Bima Muhammad Enagi. I represent the people of Niger South from Niger State. And I rise to come under Order 43 of our standing rules. If you permit me, I would like to read.
You may read.
A senator may make a personal explanation, although there be no question before the Senate. But no controversial matter may be brought forward, nor may debate arise upon the explanation. The terms of the proposed statement shall be submitted in detail to the President of the Senate when his leave to make it is sought. With
I don't know what it is. You have to. What is it?
With a heavy hand, I want to inform the Senate about the passing to glory of two prominent Nigerians, noblemen from my constituency. Dr. Ndanusa Isaiah of Leadership Newspaper and Alhaji Abdul Malik, the Shabad Nupi.
Well, you have already come under this order. I will allow you, but you know you are supposed to discuss this with me first. But you go ahead.
President, I will start with the demise of Samuel Nda Isaiah. The demise of Samuel Nda Isaiah was announced by the family on December 11th, 2020. He transited to external glory as announced by the family. He is popularly called Nda Isaiah. The Senate is aware that Nda Isaiah was a bridge builder and a champion of big ideas. He held the traditional title of Kakakin Nupe, the spokesperson of the Nupe people. He was a politician, a columnist, a pharmacist, an entrepreneur, and a journalist. He was the founder and chairman of the leadership newspaper and a promoter of Nigeria's unity and an outstanding student of history and global politics. The Senate records that Nda Isaiah was born in Minna, Nigeria. He attended UNA Elementary School before switching to Christ Church Primary School, Kaduna in 1968. He later went on to study at Federal Government College, Kaduna from 1974 to 1979. He was later admitted to Obafemi Awolowo University, the Great Ife, where he studied pharmacy. He participated in Kaduna State Schools Challenge, a quiz competition organized by the Kaduna Education Board, and won first prize. He also enrolled in the Lee Kuan Yew School of Public Policy at the National University of Singapore. He completed a mandatory year of the National Youth Service Corps at the Ekiti General Hospital in 1984. Sam Nda Isaiah briefly worked as a pharmacist at the Kano Specialist Hospital before he moved to General Hospital, Minna. He also worked at Pfizer Products Limited from 1985 to 1989. He began work as a columnist with Daily Trust editorial board, as a board member and also as a committee member in the Kano State government to revive the Triumph newspaper, a Kano State-owned newspaper. In 2001, he founded the Leadership newspaper group. He wrote Nigeria Full Disclosure, selected writings on governance, democracy and statecraft from May 1999 to March 2004, and raised about 17 million naira to fund the newspaper group. The Senate is aware that he had a weekly column in Daily Trust titled Last Word and Earshot. After that, he established the Leadership newspaper, where the column became one of the most popular in Nigeria. The Senate recognizes that Nda Isaiah commenced his political career in 2003 when he headed Muhammad Buhari's presidential campaign's publicity committee. The Senate further recognizes that in 2015, Nda Isaiah contested for presidency under the All Progressive Congress, but lost to Muhammad Buhari in the primaries. The Senate recognizes that he was conferred with the chieftaincy title of Are Baoroyin of Akure Kingdom by Oba Alade Toyimbo Ogundale Alade Lucy Odundu. He was a member of the Asian think tank, the Global Institute for Tomorrow in Hong Kong. In 2019, he was appointed board member of Base University, Abuja. The Senate is mindful that Nda Isaiah, as a result of his commitment and dedication to duty, was generally accepted as a patriot. He earned the respect and friendship of all prominent Nigerian leaders. The Senate notes that Nda Isaiah was not only a loving husband and a patriotic citizen, he was a bridge builder, a detribalized Nigeria with uncommon courage, vision, and capacity to enhance economic growth and social interaction. He was kind, truthful, and very generous in the course of his service to this nation as a journalist and as a politician. The Senate recounts his well-deserved honor, awards, and recognition. PhD from Forestry and Environmental Studies from Yale University. MSc in Forestry and Environmental Studies also from Yale University. MSc in Natural Resources Management from University of Wisconsin, Stevens Point. BBA in International Business and French, James Madison University. An MSc Media and Policy School of International and Public Affairs of Columbia University. The Senate contests that late Sam Nda Isaiah was indeed a great and fearless man who served Nigeria and the entire humanity at large. He therefore deserves to be honored and recognized. Accordingly, the Senate resolves to observe a minute silence in the honor of Samuel Nda Isaiah and sent a high-powered delegation of this hallowed chamber to pay a condolence visit to his family in Niger State and the people and government of Niger State. The second person is Alhaji Abdul Malik Ndayako Shabad Nupe. The Senate notes with great sadness the passing on to the great beyond of an elder statesman par excellence, consummate diplomat and statesman, the crown prince of the Nupe kingdom, Alhaji Abdul Malik Ndayako, popularly called Shabad Nupe or Yeriban Nupe, in the early hours of Saturday, 12th December at the age of 82. The testimony of all concerning his person is that he was a pragmatic and ardent believer in consensus and fair play in statecraft and nation building. The late Shabad Nupe has been buried according to Islamic rites after a funeral prayer at the Umaru Majigi Central Mosque in Bidda. The Senate is aware that he was the son of the ninth Etu Nupe, late Etu Muhammadu Kudu Ndayako, and also maternal uncle to the incumbent Etu Nupe. The Shabad Nupe was the second in command in the Nupe kingdom. He was endowed with 4 traditional titles from Etu Nupe's palace, which are Madabin Nupe, Makun Nupe, Otun Nupe, and Shabad Nupe until his death. Until his accession to the exalted and prestigious position of the Shabad Nupe, he was the district head of Doko, Madabin Nupe in 1969, Makun Nupe in 1975, Otun Nupe in 1997, and the Shabad Nupe in 2005, up to the time he passed away. The Senate also notes that the late Shabad Nupe is an old boy of a centenary unity school in the state, which is Government College Bidda, which qualified him to be a certified bossa, based on his display of rare intelligence and an alumni of the prestigious Ahmadu Bello University, Zaria. The Senate also notes that he worked meritoriously in public service in the 1960s, when he served as special assistant to the then Minister of Defense, Alhaji Ibrahim Tanko Galadima. He was also chairman World Bank Agricultural Project in Nigeria and a special advisor on political and chieftaincy titles and chieftaincy matters to the then civilian governor of Niger State in the Second Republic between 1979 and 1983. He also served as Honorable Fellow Commissioner of the Public Complaints Commission. The Senate observed that after his retirement from public service, he concentrated all his energy in community services, conflict resolutions, especially in Nupe Emirate. He led the voices of fairness, equity, justice, unity in diversity. His royal ranking was also progressing alongside his public life in line with his hard work and excellent performance in administration and settling of disputes and arbitrating amongst the people of the communities in Nupe Kingdom. He was an able and just man where all conflicting groups who came for his arbitration left contented and satisfied. Late Alhaji Abdul Malik Ndayako Shabad Nupe is survived by 4 wives, 32 children, and many grandchildren. The Senate is aware that the demise of this great man is not only a great loss to the people of Niger State, but to Nigeria in general. The Senate accordingly resolves to 1. Observe a minute silence in honor of the late Alhaji Abdul Malik Ndayako, the Shabad Nupe, and 2. Send a high-powered delegation of the Senate to condole with the Emir, the Etu Nupe, and Chairman of Niger State Council of Traditional Rulers, the family of Shabad Nupe, and the people and government of Niger State. I so submit, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. Distinguished colleagues will observe 1 minute silence because this is Order 43 is not something that anybody could debate. So 1 minute silence. May the souls of Dr. Sam Nda Isaiah and the Prince rest in perfect peace. Amen. Leader of the Senate.
Point of order.
Point of order, Leader.
For this chamber to suspend its order 13 in order to continue with the proceedings of the Senate.
Order. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. As a second.
Distinguished colleagues, we have the report of our Committee on Finance, on MTF, on Finance Bill, and the Committee on Communications. So we need to take this before we leave. Those in favor that we extend the time, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. Leader of the Senate.
Mr. President, my highly respected and distinguished colleagues, the first business of the day is the presentation of a House Bill standing in my name on the Institute of Agriculturalist Establishment Bill 2020. Mr. President, you may wish to invite the Clerk of the Senate to read the short title of the bill.
Clerk of the Senate.
Mr. President, distinguished senators, Institute of Agriculturalist Establishment Bill 2020, HB 104, first reading.
Institute of Agriculturalist Establishment Bill 2020, HB 104, first reading taken. Leader of the Senate.
Mr. President, my highly respected and distinguished colleagues, the second business of the day is the presentation of a bill standing in the name of distinguished Senator Obasani on the State Police Service Commission, Establishment Bill 2020. Mr. President, you may wish to invite the Clerk of the Senate to read the short title of the bill.
Clerk of the Senate. Point of order, Senator Okejeff.
Thank you, Mr. President Okejeff. I represent Benue Northwest. I come under the Constitutional Order 214, Section 214 of the Constitution. If I may read.
Please, you may.
The Nigerian Police Force, and subject to the provisions of this section, no other police force shall be established for the Federation or any part thereof. Now, we have a bill that seeks to establish a State Police Service Commission. We don't have state police, and for that to happen, there must be a constitutional amendment, and this bill is not a constitutional amendment. So I don't think it should occupy any of our legislative space on the floor of this House. So I think we should knock it out.
Senator Balabu Nala, you raise your hand. I can't break the rule. You go to your seat and speak from your seat.
Mr. President, the point of order heavily raised by my brother and friend is in order, but premature. Premature in the sense that the bill has not come for second reading. It is at the second reading that it will be juxtaposed against the constitutional provision that we have. This is first reading, to let the Senate know that a bill of this nature is coming before the Senate. So on the day of the second reading, in our argument, we will now bring the provision of the Constitution that makes it impossible for the Senate to proceed with that bill for second reading.
Thank you very much, Senator Balabu Nala. You may go back to where you are. But I think the point of order raised by Senator Okejeff is noted, but the argument by Senator Balabu Nala, I think, holds sway here, and this is a leakage for the distinguished senator who is sponsoring the bill. So it's going to be a first reading taken. Senate Leader.
Well guided, Mr. President. Mr. President, my highly respected and distinguished colleagues, the third business of the day is the presentation of a bill standing in the name of distinguished Senator Ibrahim Yahaya Oluregbe on the National Health Act number 8, 2014, Amendment Bill 2020. Mr. President, we wish to invite the Clerk of the Senate to read the short title of the bill.
Clerk of the Senate.
Mr. President, distinguished senators, National Health Act number 8, 2014, Amendment Bill 2020, SB 603, first reading.
National Health Act number 8, 2014, Amendment Bill 2020, SB 603, first reading taken. Leader of the Senate.
Mr. President, my highly respected and distinguished colleagues, the fourth business of the day is the presentation of a bill standing in the name of distinguished Senator Ibikule Amosun on the Environmental Impact Assessment Act, Cap E 12 Laws of the Federation of Nigeria 2004, Repeal and Reenactment Bill 2020. Mr. President, you may wish to invite the Clerk of the Senate to read the short title of the bill.
Clerk of the Senate.
Mr. President, distinguished senators, Environmental Impact Assessment Act, Cap E1, E12, LFN 2004, Repeal and Reenactment Bill 2020, SB 604, first reading.
Environmental Impact Assessment Act, Cap E12, LFN 2004, Repeal and Reenactment Bill 2020, SB 604, first reading taken. Leader of the Senate.
Mr. President, my highly respected and distinguished colleagues, the fifth business of the day is the presentation of a bill standing in the name of distinguished Senator Kabir Abdullahi Barkia on the NDE Act, Cap N28, Laws of the Federation of Nigeria 2004, Amendment Bill 2020. Mr. President, you may wish to invite the Clerk of the Senate to read the short title of the bill.
Clerk of the Senate.
Mr. President, distinguished senators, NDE Act, Cap N28, LFN 2004, Amendment Bill 2020, SB 605, first reading.
NDE Act, Cap N28, LFN 2004, Amendment Bill 2020, SB 605, first reading taken. Leader of the Senate.
Mr. President, my highly respected and distinguished colleagues, the sixth business of the day is the presentation of the reports of the Committee on Ethics, Privileges and Public Petition in respect of A, petition from Comrade Christopher Ofombi on behalf of Ms. Ekweza Irene against NICOMSAT for alleged unlawful dismissal from service. B, petition from Mrs. Mariel Rai Omo on alleged victimization, intimidation, harassment, injustice, certificate forgery, and her unlawful dismissal from service by the Director General, Nigerian Tourism Development Corporation, NTDC. And C, petition from Blessing Adanma Njoku over her suspension, termination of her appointment on alleged certificate forgery by the Pension Transitional Arrangement Directorate, PTAD. Mr. President, you may wish to invite distinguished Senator Patrick Akinyelure, Chairman of the committee, to move the motion for the Senate to receive the report.
Distinguished Senator Ayo Akinyelure.
Thank you, Mr. President. Distinguished colleagues, my name remains Senator Ayo Akinyelure, representing Ondo Central. Mr. President, I rise to move that the Senate do receive the reports of the Committee on Ethics, Privileges and Public Petitions in respect of A, petition from Comrade Christopher Ofomhi on behalf of Ms. Ekwezo Irene against NICOMSAT for alleged unlawful dismissal from service. 2, petition from Mrs. Maria Rai Omo on alleged victimization, intimidation, harassment, injustice, certificate forgery, and unlawful dismissal from service by the Director General of the Nigerian Tourism Development Corporation, NTDC. And finally, Mr. President, petition from Blessing Adama Njoku over a suspension or termination
of appointment on alleged certificate forgery by the Personal Transitional Arrangement Directorate, Peter. Mr. President, I rise to move that this petition be laid before the Senate for consideration. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Albert Basi Akpan.
Thank you, Mr. President. My distinguished and respected colleague, Senator Albert Basi Akpan, Mr. President, I rise to second the motion ably moved by the Chairman, Ethics and Public Petitioner. So second.
Distinguished colleagues, those in favor of the motion that we receive the reports of our Committee on Ethics, Privileges and Public Petitions, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. You may lay the reports, Mr. Chairman. Leader of the Senate.
Mr. President, my highly respected and distinguished colleagues, the sixth business of the day, first order of the day is the presentation and consideration of the report of the Committee on Communications on 2021 Nigerian Communication Commission Budget Proposal. Mr. President, you may wish to invite distinguished Senator Ibrahim Oloregbe to move the motion for the Senate to receive and consider the report on behalf of distinguished Senator Oluremi Shade Tinubu.
Distinguished Senator Ibrahim Yahaya Oloregbe.
Thank you, Mr. President. Distinguished colleagues, my name is Ibrahim Yahaya Oloregbe. I rise to move that the Senate do receive and consider the report of the Committee on Communication on the 2021 Nigeria Communication Commission Budget Proposal. I so move, Mr. President.
I need a second, Senator Olujimi.
Thank you, Mr. President, distinguished colleagues. My name is Biodun Olujimi. I represent Ekiti South. Mr. President, I rise to second the motion as moved.
Distinguished colleagues, those in favor of the motion that the Senate do receive and consider the report of our Committee on Communications, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. You may lay the report. Is it only one report or two reports? I think you should have just presented laid the two and then we take them one after the other. But you can move it now. You move the second one so that you take them at a time.
Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, I rise to move that the Senate do receive and consider the report of the Committee on Communication on the 2021 Universal Service Provision Fund Budget Proposal. I so move, Mr. President.
Senator Sadiq Suleiman Umar.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am Sadiq Suleiman Umar. I represent the good and decent people of Kwara North. I rise to second the motion that the report of the Committee on Communications 2021 Universal Service Provision Fund Budget Proposal should be received. I so move.
Distinguished colleagues, those in favor of the motion that we receive and consider the report of our Committee on Communication, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. You may read the report. Please, you may present the report one after the other.
Thank you, Mr. President, distinguished colleagues. The report has been circulated, and my assumption is that members do have it. Mr. President, with your permission, I will move to the recommendation of the first report.
And the first report is on the Nigerian Communications Commission, NCC. No, it's not big or small. I think it's USPF and NCC. So we are taking the NCC report. Okay.
Moving straight to the findings, that's section 5 and 6, and the prayers. Mr. President, the findings of the committees have been considered and listened to the management of the NCC, that the commercial revenue of 162,066,931.
Which page is that? Please guide us. Huh?
It's page 5, sir. Findings. Page 5. It's page 5, sir. I'm reading 5I. 5.1. So that the Commission's revenue of 162,066,931,000, consisting of the annual licensing fee of 600 million, annual operating levy of 71.9 billion, spectrum fees of 36.4 billion, numbering plan of 3.384 billion, administrative charges of 64.7 million, and so on, and transfer from reserve of 5.25 million. 2, that the Commission's total expenditure, which is equivalent to the total revenue of 162,066,931,000, consisting of total recurrent of 61.5 billion, total capital expenditure of 17 billion and 31 million, total special project of 34.4 billion, and transfer to the federal government as 42 billion and 1,539,000, and transfer to Universal Service Provision Fund, which is a percentage of 7 billion. That the Commission's total budget revenue and total budget expenditure for the year 2021 remain the same as mentioned above, which is 162.06 billion. The committee therefore recommend that the sum of 162,066,931,000 is hereby recommended for approval as the Nigerian Communications Commission budget for the year 2021. I therefore pray the Senate to approve the recommendation of the committee. I so move, Mr. President.
Any comments? Well, I have comments. Just brief one. The NCC, this is the budget of the NCC. This war against insurgency and insecurity in this country, NCC has a major role to play. Because kidnappers, like one of our colleagues said last week, kidnappers will talk to the relations of victims of kidnapping through phones. How on earth we are not able to get the Communications Commission to get the exact and precise locations of these people? So I think our NCC needs to do more. They are already trying, but I think they need to do more. Secondly, COVID-19 has come and is shaping our lives, and our lives will never be the same. There is emphasis on e-learning. Many schools these days teach through the medium of ICT. But how many children in this country have access to e-learning? Maybe those who are privileged to be in cities and towns may benefit from this, and they constitute the minority. The majority of our children, our students, have no access to this. And therefore, at the end of the day, we are going to have two levels of learning with different undesirable consequences. Those who would be in cities and towns will continue to learn. But those who may be in rural areas, which are in the majority, will not have any benefit of learning through this process. And at the end of the day, unwillingly and unwittingly will be creating people who will constitute social problems to us again. So the NCC should come up with very deliberate policy of rural telephony and ensure that they implement this. For our committees, we need to work very closely to oversight the NCC to ensure that they bring value, they add value to the fight against insecurity in this country. And we are supposed to have so many trackers, because this is something that we must do if we have to improve on how we deal with security situation in the country. So with these few comments, I will put the question, because the entire report is supposed to be just a recommendation to us. Those in favor of the recommendation by our committee that the sum of 162 billion 66 million 931,000 naira only is recommended, is approved for the Nigerian Communications Commission budget for the year 2021. Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Chairman, the next report.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will go straight to the findings on page 4 of the next report as well, Mr. President, if I have your permission, sir. The management of the Universal Service Provision Fund, led by its secretary, appeared before the committee to defend the fund's 2021 budget proposal. And after exhaustive deliberations, the committee observes as follows. The fund's total revenue budget proposal...
Chairman, before you go further, I have some empty pages. Are they part of the design or something? I hope we are not missing anything. Okay, go ahead.
I also noticed the same thing. Because the project and program are already covered in the earlier pages. They are there on page 5 and 6. There are actually 2 pages are just extra. I think it's in the reproduction. Can I move on, sir?
Oh, go ahead.
The observation of the committee are 1. The fund's total revenue budget proposal for the year 2021 is the sum of 13,204,237,128 naira only. Similarly, the fund's total expenditure proposal for the year 2021 is the sum of 13,204,237,128 naira. This consists of recurrent expenditure of 2,263,164,278 naira and capital expenditure of 179 209,109 naira only, and USPF projects and program of 761,863,741 naira. The committee therefore recommended that the sum of 13,204,237,128 naira only is hereby recommended for approval as the Universal Service Provision Funds project for the year 2021. The committee pray that the Senate do approve the recommendation of the committee. I so move, Mr. President.
Comments? Senator Biodun Olujimi.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Biodun Olujimi, Ekiti South. Mr. President, I just have a small comment. In line with what you spoke about after the NCC budget, the USPF is the fund for the underserved communities, and this is the fund that is used to establish ICT centers and whatever. I believe the time has come for us to also call on the USPF to step up their act and ensure that more schools are equipped with ICT solutions, so that as we go along, those can be used for our children and the underserved as agreed. But I believe the budget is in order. Thank you.
Senator Ahmed Alindumi.
Thank you, Mr. President. My comment will be in line with what you just observed. And Mr. President, I think from this USCB, and that's what they were set up to do. For example, as you rightly said, in most of our rural areas, but I know of Borno, about 20 local government or even more don't have access to facilities, especially when it comes to sitting, for example, WAEC that is done online now. They don't have the centers. I don't know of Yobe, but so many states in the northeast especially, and even in the northwest, these facilities which are easily accessible, which are with these days very cheap, which are, the maintenance is simple, but yet we don't have them. That is besides what you equally and very importantly mentioned. Today we hear about banditry, we have here all this, and they use communication. In today's world, the facilities are there to track all these things. When Lona ran away, the police used technology to track him to a house in Niger, and he was brought back. If those facilities were not with the police, I would still be under bail. Mr. President, what we need to do now is, this one has passed, and they made provisions, but the committee should ensure that as part of their oversight, the 774 local government must have facilities. It doesn't take time. It doesn't take long. You can just do it and let our children that are sitting for WAEC and all this should be able to go to their local government secretariat or in the secondary school that they belong. A room like this can be utilized. And as you said, this visual learning, Zoom is everywhere now. And it can be easily installed. It can be installed here. It can be installed anywhere. And this is their responsibility. They are budgeting a lot of money for it. They are making a lot of money from generating a lot of revenue. I think the committee should be given a further mandate to make sure that these things are done. And next time, part of their report to this Senate should be how far they have gone in the implementation of what you have just mentioned.
Deputy Chief Whip.
Thank you, Mr. President, distinguished colleagues. Aliu Sabi Abdullahi. I represent Niger North Senatorial District. Let me join my other colleagues in commending the committee for bringing forward this bill as clear as it is, and to also add my voice to the fact that when something is stated, I think we have a duty to make sure that what is stated is actually what is done. Here we are saying something is meant to serve underserved area. But of course, like Senator Ali Dume was mentioning, 774 local governments, not all the 774 local governments fall within the context of underserved area. We have local governments that are fully in urban centers, and they have all the trappings of these very important facilities. Nigerian Senatorial District, for example, that I represent, I have 8 local governments, and I have only 2 local governments that are urban. And even these 2, they have to travel 4 hours, 5 hours to sit for some of these CBT, the computer-based test, which some of these centers are designed to do. And almost every year, the moment that season comes, parents are in fear, because every year we record one accident or the other because of the large number of students that are moving from these various areas into where these facilities are, mostly in the state capitals. So I think we need to pay attention to this, and perhaps urge the committee to get this particular agency to do a need assessment, because sometimes we don't do this need assessment to see what underserved area deserves some of these things before we even begin to say, okay, we are going to provide this. It's not going to be okay for us to say, oh, because we have our own 9 senators, everybody must have. Let it be, even within your own senatorial district, let it go to the real people who truly need it. With these few comments, I urge my colleagues to support this.
Thank you very much. I think along the lines of the remarks of our 2 colleagues, I think the ministry, the National Council on Education, should have a policy. That is the Federal Ministry of Education, together with all the states, ministries of education and other educational institutions, to come up, if they don't have one already, a policy that all the secondary schools, for example, and the primary schools should have access to this. And this should not be the responsibility of federal government alone. The state government should also be there. But the Federal Ministry of Education, with the Ministry of Communications here and the digital economy, should take the lead, because we just cannot do without ICT anymore, whether COVID or no COVID. Our lives have taken a different turn, and it will never be the same. We can't go back to the analog years or analog days. So we need to ensure, our committees should ensure that we have a policy that is also implementable, and that when the budget is implemented 2021, such ideas are reflected, even if there is no national policy from the National Council on Education. But for 2022 budget, I think we must be deliberate in ensuring that this is fully carried along. Any more comments? No, we'll go to the recommendations, and I'll put the question. The recommendation of the committee is that the sum of 13,204,237,128 naira only is recommended for approval as the Universal Service Provision Funds budget for the year 2021. Those in favor of this recommendation say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Thank you very much. Leader of the Senate.
Mr. President, my highly respected and distinguished colleagues, the third order of the day is the presentation and consideration of the Conference Committee report on the 21-23 medium-term expenditure framework and fiscal strategy paper. Mr. President, I have just been informed by the Chairman of the Finance Committee that there are still some issues to be settled between the 2 chambers regarding some of the issues to be discussed under this medium-term expenditure framework. I therefore, with their permission and permission of my colleagues, move the motion for this item on the agenda to be stepped down to another legislative day.
No, not another legislative day. The next legislative day, Leader. Okay, Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I so second.
Those in favor of the motion say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Leader of the Senate.
Mr. President, my highly respected and distinguished colleagues, the fourth order of the day is the presentation and consideration of the report of Joint Committee on Finance, Customs, Excise,
and Tariff, Trade and Investment and Public Procurement on the Finance Bill 2020. Distinguished senators will recall that the bill was referred to the Joint Committee on Wednesday, 2nd December 2020. Mr. President, you may wish to invite distinguished Senator Solomon Olamilekong Adeola, Chairman of the committee, to move the motion for the presentation and consideration of this report.
Senator Adeola Solomon Olamilekong.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Very distinguished colleague, Adeola Solomon Olamilekong, representing Lagos West Senatorial District in the Senate of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. May I move that this Senate will receive the report of the Senate Joint Committee on Finance, Custom, Excise and Tariff, Trade and Investment, and Public Procurement on the Finance Bill 2020. Mr. President, distinguished colleague, I so move.
Senator Bello Mandia.
Thank you, Mr. President. My name is Senator Bello Mandia, I represent Katna South. I rise to second the motion that this Senate receive the report of the Joint Committee on Finance, Customs, Excise and Tariff, Trade and Investment and Public Procurement, Finance Bill 2020. I so second.
Those in favor of the motion say aye. Those against any the ayes have it. Chairman, you may lead the report. Chairman may present the report, but let's get the reports first. Mr. Chairman, I think this your report is, can you do any, okay. Huh? Okay, please, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Very distinguished colleague. Report of the Senate Joint Committee on Finance, Custom, Excise and Tariff, Trade and Investment, Public Procurement on the Finance Bill 2020. Mr. President, 0.1 speaks about the introduction, which has to do with the day in which the bill was read for the first time, and also the day the bill was sent to the committee, which is Wednesday, 2nd December 2020. And it was referred to a joint committee of Finance, Custom, Excise and Tariff, Trade and Investment and Public Procurement. Also, a total number of 12 acts was to be amended under the Finance Bill 2020, which include over 64 section clauses, and the committee immediately swing into action. Section 2.0 have the list of all members of the committee, that is Finance, Custom, Excise and Tariff, Trade and Investment, and Public Procurement. Mr. President, Section 3.0 contains the list of acts to be amended on the Finance Bill, which is divided into 12, which include the Capital Gain Tax, the Company Income Tax Act, the Industrial Development Income Tax Relief Act, the Personal Income Tax Act, the Tertiary Education Trust Fund Establishment Act, the Custom, Excise and Tariff Act, the Value Added Tax Act, the Stamp Duty Act, the Electronic Transaction Levy, which is also part of the stamp duty, the Federal Inland Revenue Establishment Act, Nigerian Export Processing Zone Authority Act, the Oil and Gas Export Processing Zone Act, the Crisis Intervention Fund, Unclaimed Fund Trust Fund,
the Company and Allied Matter Act 2020, the Fiscal Responsibility Act, and the Public Procurement Act. All together was to be amended. 4.0 has to do the methodology that was adopted by the committee in attending to the bill presented to the National Assembly, which put together, there are 5 different methods that was adopted in arriving at the report and by extension the bill itself. And as you're all aware, this particular bill is to support the 2021 Appropriation Act. 5.0, Mr. President, which I would like to go through, speaks on the objective of the bill. The objective of the bill is to strategically amend the following: adopt the critical counter-cyclical fiscal policies to 1. Respond to current economic challenges of COVID-19 and decline in oil prices/revenue. 2. To defer tax rate increase till the domestic economy sufficiently recovered, e.g. maintaining the VAT rate at 7.5 in line with the recent increases pursuant to Finance Act of 2019. 3. Reduce compliance burden of taxpayers in line with the ease of doing business reform, e.g. the FIRS to engage with regulators such as CBN first to obtain data on regulated taxpayers such as banks before requesting any data readily available from CBN, from the banks and directly or through consultants. 5.2, reform fiscal incentive policy to reduce the proliferation of fiscal incentive by carefully assessing the cost versus benefit of tax incentive. 2, to prioritize job creation, growth and investment, e.g. reduce taxation of capital by cutting minimum tax rate in companies from 0.5 to 0.25. 5.3, closer coordination of monetary trade and fiscal policy by aligning the existing tax incentive for lending to agriculture with recent CBN moratorium and interest rate reduction for agricultural and the real sector loans. 2, reform to stamp duty levy on banking transaction. And 3, unclaimed dividend and unclaimed bank balances reform, that is the dormant account. 6.0 contained the public hearing. Mr. President, what we have in 6.0 has to do with the list of stakeholders that make presentation, submit memorandum on the bill. 6.0, which I would like to go through with the recommendation, which has to do with the observation of the committee on each of those bills that were presented for amendment. Some of the items contained in the bill were left the way it is, while some, the committee feels that there are 1 or 2 observation that needs to be made in order to make it more accommodating. Number 1, under the capital gain tax, the committee observed that the 180 days recommended by the bill will be cumbersome enough where there are multiple disposal of assets. That is under section 2 of the capital gain tax, where the bill seeks to say that anybody who dispose the chargeable asset must immediately within 180 days calculate the tax and remit to the government within 180 days of the disposal of that asset. And what we felt as committee is that if I dispose one asset today and tomorrow I dispose another one, the third time I dispose the other one, I will have to file my returns within 180 days of each of those disposals. And we felt it would be too cumbersome for that kind of transaction to be. So we make our recommendation. When we get to the recommendation section, I will let you the Senate know. 2, we have the Company Income Tax Act. That is the second act that were proposed for amendment by the executive. And what they intend to achieve in that particular act is to have our Company Income Tax Act to be in alliance with the international global best practices. And few of those sections that have been proposed include: 1, the committee observed that the value in kind donation made to government or any of its other designated agency could be different from the actual cost incurred by those donors. Because what we have is that under section 8 subsection I of the proposed amendment, there is the word value in kind, which has to do with the value that might be estimated of whatever any donor who intends to give something to the government donor cannot be actually estimated, because during this pandemic era, a lot of companies make donation to our government in supporting the government during the trying period, and the government felt that at least something must be done in this regard by granting some reliefs and some tax incentive. And what we are saying is this: there's nothing bad in doing that, but using the word value in kind, how do we even actually estimate the actual value of this particular donation that has been made? So the committee felt that we should use the appropriate words to replace that word value. When we get to the recommendation section, we will look into it. The committee also observed that 25% of the accessible profit is too high for a voluntary donation. And what the government is saying is that after you have completed your accessible profit, 25% of that profit should be given as relief to those companies that have made donation. The committee felt that it is too high for somebody who has voluntarily donated to us and somebody which this country has benefited for this country for several years. We felt that particular figure is too high. The committee also observed that the new section 27(1)(c) introduced was too restrictive for the purpose of ease of doing business. And in this time around, we are saying that the penalties that were not allowed, which include aside the legislation made by this National Assembly, we are saying that we are giving the courts and even through regulations to ensure that they can sit in their confine of their office, issue regulation on new penalties that are supposed to be disallowed. We felt that is too cumbersome. At the recommendation level 2, we look into it. The committee observed that section 63(7) was ambiguous and unnecessary, and we will get there. That has to do with the books of account which you need to prepare in every financial year. Also, section 7, the committee observed that initial tax-free period granted to these industries is relatively high. What are we saying here? The initial tax-free period, which otherwise known as the pioneer period, we have a first year of 5 years and a second year of 3 years. What that simply means that for any company who established in Nigeria, for the next 8 years, that company will not pay any tax until after 8 years. The committee felt that 8 years at this point in time when the country is going through a lot of challenges, the number of years that is being granted as free period from paying tax is relatively high. Mr. President, very distinguished colleague, we go to the Custom and Excise Tariff Act. The committee observed that the word service is too wide and could be misinterpreted as applicable to a wide range of services. What are we trying to say here, Mr. President, distinguished colleague? We noticed that long before now, we normally use what we use a card, a recharge card in paying for our phone. On every recharge card, there is an excise duty that is being paid. But since they have turned to go technology, that there is no way, no recharge card again, you can just call a number and they will post credit to your phone and you will have it. And we felt that the word service, that was what was used, and we felt that it can be interpreted to any service related companies across the country. So we tend to go specific to look at the area that particular item is trying to target. So we go into specific and we mention that particular area which has to do with the telecommunication. Mr. President, very distinguished colleague, the committee also observed that there were issues that was raised at the public hearing concerning issue of the automobile policy, concerning issue of levies and duties that were being charged on our airline industries and everything, which was extensively discussed. And the Minister of Finance and the Nigerian Customs Service, who was present at that particular hearing, agreed in its entirety that yes, there is a presidential directive granting these waivers and duties and even this VAT item, and it is need for them to have it because every year they have to go back and ask for this waiver through a presidential directive that can take to at least maybe the next 1 year, 2 years, and part of airlines planes brought into this country can be in the custom office for the next 1 year, 2 years without any solution or any way out of the logjam. Also, Mr. President, very distinguished colleague, under the Stamp Duty Act, the committee observed that the Central Bank of Nigeria may be overburdened with the additional responsibility of imposition, administration, collection and remittance of the electronic tax levy. Mr. President, long before now, the electronic tax levy, which has been in the front burner, which has been a controversial issue between the Ministry of Communication and Ministry of Finance, has been issued in the front burner. But as we speak, the Central Bank of Nigeria is saddled with the responsibility of imposing of administration and collection and of remittance of this electronic levy. And there have been issues which I bring to the notice of this Senate long before now, and there were motions whereby we are asked to even investigate what has gone into that account, how much has been going, and how is this money coming into it. So the committee felt, after extensive and exhaustive deliberation and the public hearing, with the Honorable Minister of Finance and all the other representatives, or even the Central Bank of Nigeria, that we should look at a way of trying to transmit this responsibility to other sources and making the Central Bank of Nigeria to only warehouse this fund accruing to the government, to allow for check and balances from both angle that we have decided to place this particular fund, but not taking the Central Bank out of it in its entirety, but allowing them to warehouse the money, but saddling the responsibility of imposing and also of administration and collection to another agencies of government. At the recommendation, we will be able to speak extensively on that. The committee also observed that there is a sharing formula that should be likely to the state of derivation was not introduced in the bill. Mr. President, very distinguished colleague, we observed that this electronic transfer is majorly more for the state government and not for the federal. But because the platform and the need to collect this fund rest with the federal. Long before now, this money is collected, and all that we collect from the federal collect from it is the cost of collection, where the sharing is done among the states of the federation. And as such, this was not reported in the bill. And we are also being careful under section 163 of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, where it was extensively mentioned the role and the need for this particular item of transaction, which says that the net proceeds of what accrued to it goes to the state, while what was removed to arrive at that net proceed is the cost of collection, which is collected by the Federal Inland Revenue Services on a yearly basis. Mr. President, distinguished colleague, we also went further to look into the Federal Inland Revenue Service Establishment Act, which was also proposed for amendment. And what that act is trying to achieve, Mr. President, long before now, we have been saying that there is need for the government to automate our tax system. That this idea of applying only manual system on collection of our taxes was making us to lose huge amount of revenue. That if we could go a step further by automating our tax system, a lot of revenue will be accruing to us. And by so doing, they proposed an amendment in the bill. But what is the bottleneck in that amendment, Mr. President? There were two issues which was on ground. Number one was that the FRS need to go through the regulators for them to be able to do tax automation. And they felt that it might be pretty difficult for them to achieve this if they have to go through regulators and doing this. And in accordance with the Establishment Act of the Federal Inland Revenue Service, there was no such provision. There were a lot of arguments back and forth or so, and it's in a bid that I believe that those regulators also want a share of their own this thing, so that by the time the money is collected, they can ask for their own share from the cost of collection of the FRS. And the FRS believe this will not only hinder the set target of trying to automate the tax system and generate more revenue to the government, but it will serve as a distraction for the Federal Inland Revenue Services in performing its duty, and which is the business of collection of taxes. Mr. President, last before the list, we have the unclaimed trust fund. Mr. President, you are aware that there are issues that have been raised concerning the unclaimed trust fund, which deals with the unclaimed dividend and the dormant account that has been left behind. Long before now, in accordance with the Company and Allied Matter Act, we have a 12 years period for any account or any unclaimed dividend. If not claimed, we have to be returned back to the company where that unclaimed dividend comes from. And for the dormant account, will be warehoused or sent to the Central Bank of Nigeria. The government of the day is trying to, one, to make best use of this opportunity to the betterment of not only of the government, but even to the owners of this fund. And what have they proposed? Mr. President, they are looking at it that globally, all over the world, the number of years of 12 years which we have put in the Company and Allied Matter Decree is too much. The standard is 6 years. They have decided to reduce it to 6 years. And this time around, they are going to take up this fund in form of loan to be managed by the Debt Management Office. And what that tends to achieve is this, sir. And we have tried as much as possible to put a mechanism in place through establishment of one, the governing council of this trust fund, two, the functions of the debt management office, and three, the power of this unclaimed trust fund account. Mr. President, what that we tend to achieve is that long before now, if you don't collect your unclaimed dividend for the next 5 years, the day you go there, when they are giving you, they will be giving you on the face value. If the figure there is 300 naira, the day you decided to go and collect it, they will only give you 300 naira. But this time around, it's a different ball game, because government is taking this as a loan, and which means that the money will be invested, and it will come along with accrued interest. At any point in time, you decided to collect your fund, or you approach your registrar that you want to pick up your money or so, you cannot be given the face value. It will be the face value plus the interest accrued over the years. That is what the government have tried to put. But even at that, we have decided to be careful in trying to ensure that proper mechanism is put in place to have a unit trust fund that is actually functional and that will protect the right of Nigerian citizenry. And we also ensure that if government collect this money through registrars of banks and everything, we want that whenever anybody who has to claim any unclaimed dividend or want to resuscitate his dormant account doesn't need to come to government, he has to go back to the registrar or to his bank. And from there, the bank and the registrar will communicate with the government of the day and also make sure that they refund the money through the registrar and to the bank to the original owner of the money. Mr. President, distinguished colleague, we went into the Fiscal Responsibility Act. Mr. President, distinguished colleague, as you all are aware, that this is one agency of the government that have been left behind for a long time. And we felt that there is need for us as a Senate to be more proactive this time around. But sir, the fundamentals of this Fiscal Responsibility Act, that is the purpose for which it was set for, was not actually addressed. The emphasis was placed on the summary. I'm not reading. Mr. President,
Chairman, I think the mood of the Senate is that the Senate would have been better off with you reading your report than talking. Maybe we would have finished if we are reading. So round up.
Also, we looked into the value-added tax and the Fiscal Responsibility Act. The recommendation, Mr. President, all that has been said along the line, which has served as our observation, and by so doing you will know that our recommendation will be in line with trying to right the wrong that was contained in the bill. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, I so submit.
Any comments? Leader of the Senate, Committee of the Whole.
Mr. President, my highly respected and distinguished colleagues, after the presentation of the Chairman, Finance Committee with such erudition and force of words, I rise to move the motion for the Senate to resolve and the Committee of the Whole to consider the report of the committee. I so move.
Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I so second.
Distinguished colleagues, those in favor of the motion that the Senate resolves into Committee of the Whole to consider the report of the Joint Committee clause by clause, say aye. Those against, any ayes have it. Distinguished colleagues, this report has 77 clauses, and because a very thorough work was done by the Joint Committee and a very elaborate presentation was made by the Chairman of the Joint Committee, I think we have understood a lot of the issues here. So I will, sorry? No, we are not going that direction. That speed will kill. So we'll take a very reasonable speed. Distinguished colleagues, those in favor that clauses 1 to 5 stand part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Those in favor that clauses 5 to 10 stand part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Those in favor that clauses 11 to 15 stand part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Those in favor that clauses 16 to 20 stand part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Those in favor that clauses 21 to 25 stand part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Those in favor that clauses 26 to 30 stand part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. 31 to 35. Those in favor that clauses 31 through 35 stand part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Those in favor that clauses 36, 37, 38, 39, and 40 stand part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. The tax starts 1st February 2020. That's VAT. Okay. Those in favor that clause 41, 42, 43, 44, and 45 stand part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Those in favor that clause 46, clause 47, clause 48, clause 49, and clause 50 stand part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Those in favor that clause 50, 51, clause 52, clause 53, clause 54, and clause 55 stand part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Those in favor that clause 56, 57, 58, 59, Clause 60 stand part of the bill, say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Those in favor of clause 61, 62, 63, 64, 65 stand part of the bill, say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Those in favor of clause 66, 67, 68, 69, and 70 stand part of the bill, say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Those in favor of clauses 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, and 77 stand part of the bill, say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Leader of the Senate.
Mr. President, my highly respected and distinguished colleagues, I rise to move a motion for the chair to report progress.
Second.
Colleagues, those in favor that the chair reports progress, say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Distinguished colleagues, the Senate in the Committee of the Whole considered the report of the Joint Committee on Finance, Customs, Excise and Tariff, Trade and Investment and Public Procurement on the Finance Bill 2020 and approved as follows. Clauses 1 to 76 as recommended, short title as recommended, long title as recommended. Is this a true reflection of what transpired in the Committee of the Whole? Thank you. Of the Senate.
Mr. President, my highly respected and distinguished colleagues, I rise to move the motion for this bill to be read the third time. I so move.
Thank you, Mr. President. I so second.
Distinguished colleagues, those in favor that the finance bill be now 2020 be now read the third time, say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Clerk of the Senate.
Mr. President, distinguished senators, a bill for an act to amend the Capital Gains Tax Act, Companies Income Tax Act, Personal Income Tax Act, Tertiary Education Trust Fund Establishment Act, Custom and Excise Tariff Act, etc., Consolidated Act, Value Added Tax, Federal Inland Revenue Services Establishment Act, Nigeria Port Processing Zone Act, Oil and Gas Export Pre-Zone Act, Fiscal Responsibility Act, Companies and Allied Matters Act 2020, Public Procurement Act, in order to make further provisions in connection with federal government financial management, public revenue and other relevant matters connected therewith 2020, SB 585, third reading.
A bill for an act to amend the Capital Gains Tax Act, Companies Income Tax Act, Personal Income Tax Act, Tertiary Education Trust Fund Establishment Act, Customs and Excise Tariff etc. Consolidated Act, Value Added Tax, Federal Revenue Service Establishment Act, Nigeria Export Processing Zone Act, Oil and Gas Export Free Zone Act, Fiscal Responsibility Act, Companies and Allied Matters Act 2020, Public Procurement Act, in order to make further provisions in connection with federal government financial management, public revenue, and other relevant matters connected there with 2020. Third reading taken and the bill is passed. Congratulations. Leader of the Senate.
Mr. President, my highly respected and distinguished colleagues, the fifth order of the day is the second reading of an executive bill standing in my name on the 2021 FCT Appropriations Bill 2020. Distinguished Senators will recall that the request from Mr. President, Commander-in-Chief was read on Tuesday, 8th December 2020. Mr. President, with your permission, I would like you to give me permission to read the bill for the second time.
Leader, just tarry a while. We need to have the report. Yeah, the lead debate. Please distribute the lead debate. Okay, Leader, you can go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, my highly respected and distinguished colleagues, I wish to thank you very much for this opportunity that has been given to me to lead the debate on the general principle of the FCT Statutory Appropriation Bill 2021. The bill was read the first time on Tuesday, 8th December 2020. Mr. President, the 2021 FCT Statutory Appropriation Bill seeks to authorize the issue from Federal Capital Territory Administration Consolidated Revenue Fund the total sum of 299,963,491,523 naira only. The sum of 74,523,382,000 naira 813 naira only is for personal costs, and the sum of 61,788,967,930 naira only is for overhead costs, while the balance 163,651,180,779 100 naira only is for capital project for the service of the Federal Capital Territory Abuja for the financial year commencing 1st January ending 31st December 2021. The thrust of the FCT 2021 appropriation is to ensure an effective and enduring service-oriented administration for the completion of ongoing projects and provision effective services to the residents of the FCT. In the 2020 financial year, the FCT administration received an appropriation of 278,355,365,947 naira as its statutory appropriation, which was thereafter reviewed downward to 199,240,531,350 naira only. A total sum of 126,443,767,423.76 naira only accrued to the FCT revenue from its various sources, showing a 63.5% level of performance of its projection, which has been stated there. Mr. President, my highly respected and distinguished colleagues, out of the permovable projection of 199,240,531,350 naira, the sum of 63,620,646,865 naira is for personnel costs, and the sum of 55,393,961,085 naira only is for overhead costs, while the balance of 80,225,923,400 naira is dedicated to capital projects. During the year 2020, the sum of
58,618,409,217 naira only was spent on personnel costs. The same of 27,985,951,927 naira only was expended on overhead costs, representing 50.5%, while the sum of 23,996,339,549.00 naira was spent on capital projects. The highlights of the capital expenditure of FCT in 2021 is as follows. The total projected FCT 2021 appropriation is 299,963,491,503 naira only, out of which the sum of 74,523,382,813 naira is for personnel costs, and the sum of 61,788,967,930 naira is overhead costs, while the balance of 163,651,140,779 naira is for capital projects for the service of the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, considering the dwindling funding from statutory revenue allocation to FCT, emphasis has been placed on the completion of ongoing projects, particularly those with high impact on the provision of services and infrastructure to the residents of the FCT. However, a few new projects are considered and proposed, and these projects are absolutely necessary if they have been included in this budget. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, I urge you to give this bill an expeditious passage by approving its second reading. I so propose.
Thank you, Mr. President, distinguished colleagues. Let me thank the leader of the Senate for leading the debate on this very important bill. We are within the FCT, and I think whatever happens here is very glaring to our eyes, and so we need to, like you said, give expeditious passage to this bill. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, because we are looking at the basic principle at this level, what I would just want to add is to say that by observation, there are one or two areas of concern that affect the plight of the citizens of the FCT. And here I'm looking at the issue of public safety, especially in some very strategic areas within the city. Of note, for example, Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, the administration has been making effort to provide, what they call, I think, pedestrian, bridges. But what has happened is that I think those pedestrian bridges, perhaps some other facilities that need to make people comfortable in using them, they've not been provided. So I see that as ongoing. And I would like to say that I'm happy with the comment that, of course, because of dwindling resources, they want to finish ongoing projects. So I want to say, perhaps when we come to look at the details, it will be interesting to pay particular attention to some of these areas, because we are witnesses to occasions where people who refuse to use the pedestrian bridges because of these points I have raised, they are not too comfortable, either the walkway are not provided, the place is dark, they try to cross the main highway, they get knocked down, people get killed, and of course these drivers don't stop. So I think it's something of very importance, and I thought I should mention things like this. The other aspect will be with respect to lightning. Of course, with this, heightened insecurity, and especially as we know, the FCT is, home to everybody. It becomes very necessary that the administration should step up within the context of, ongoing projects that they have to do the needful, so that the safety and security of our citizens within the various streets and alleys can actually be guaranteed. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, I also acknowledge the fact that, of course, the satellite towns are there and the resources are dwindling, but I think there is need for us to pay more attention, in the sense that with this insecurity, we need to be sure that we have facilities that can guarantee some kind of profiling of who is who within the context of what affects our security. With these few comments, Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, I urge that my colleague support that this bill be read the second time.
Is there anybody against the bill? I'll put the question. Those in favor that this bill be now read a second time, say aye. Those against, any ayes. Clerk of the Senate.
Mr. President, distinguished senators, a bill for an act to authorize the issue from the Federal Capital Territory Administration's statutory revenue fund of the Federal Capital Territory Administration account, the total sum of 299,963,491,523 naira only, of which the sum of 74,523,382,813 naira only is for personnel cost, and the sum of 61,788,967,930 naira only is for overhead cost, while the balance of 163,651,140,779 naira only is for capital project for the service of the Federal Capital Territory Abuja for the financial year commencing from 1st January and ending on 31st of December 2021, and for other matters 2020, SB 596, second reading.
A bill for an act to authorize the issue from the Federal Capital Territory Administration's statutory revenue fund of the Federal Capital Territory Administration account, the total sum of 299,963,491,523 naira only, of which the sum of 74,523,382,813 naira only is for personnel costs, and the sum of 61,788,967,930 naira only is for overhead costs, while the balance of 163,651,140,779 naira only 779 naira only is for capital projects for the service of the Federal Capital Territory Abuja for the financial year commencing from 1st January and ending on 31st December 2021, and for other matters 2020 SB 596, second reading taken, and the bill is referred to the Senate Committee on FCT to report back within 1 week. Leader of the Senate.
Mr. President, my highly respected and distinguished colleagues, the sixth order of the day is the second reading of the Nigerian Peace Corps Establishment, etc. Bill 2020. Distinguished senators will recall that the bill was read the first time in this chamber on Tuesday, 17 December 2019. Mr. President, you may wish to invite distinguished Senator Muhammad Ali Ndume to move the motion for the bill to be read the second time.
Senator Muhammad Ali Ndume.
Thank you, Mr. President, and my distinguished colleagues. Mr. President and distinguished colleagues, I'm very mindful of the mode of the Senate, but I quickly want to read an abridged version of the lead debate on the Nigerian Peace Corps. Fortunately, most of us here were present in the 8th Senate, and you were the Senate leader when this bill was passed. Unfortunately, the President did not assent to it for obvious reasons that we have taken note and taken care of in this. And that was because he was like not advised properly and the explanations were not sought. And therefore, when we did that again, the executive said it's okay to present the bill again. And I hope that this Senate, being part of what we did last time, will again pass this bill for the second reading. Having said that, Mr. President, we have distributed the lead debate, but I will abridge it because of time. Mr. President, you will recall that in your capacity as the majority leader in the 8th Senate, the Nigerian Peace Corps Establishment Bill was introduced before this hallowed chamber by my humble self. The bill went through all legislative processes, including public hearing, and was overwhelmingly passed. The bill also passed through all the same necessary legislative processes in the House of Rep and it also eventually passed. The core mandate being sought, as we mostly know, especially those of us that were in the 8th Senate, is that the Nigerian Peace Corps Establishment Bill is to develop, empower, and provide gainful employment for youth to facilitate peace, volunteerism, community service, neighborhood watch, nation building, and for other related matters. The bill, which is to give statutory backing to existing Peace Corps of Nigeria, which currently has over 187,000 members comprising of regular staff and volunteers, with well-structured network of branches in 36 states of the Federation, including the Federal Capital Territory. Prior to the introduction of the bill, Mr. President, the Peace Corps of Nigeria, which came into existence on 10th July 1999, is incorporated under the Companies Act and Allied Matters of 1990, Part C. Based on its laudable achievement over the years, the Peace Corps was accorded the federal government recognition through the Federal Ministry of Youth and Sports Development. On the international scene, the Corps was equally granted a special consultative status by the African Union and the United Nations Economic and Social Council. It should be recalled that during the public hearing of this bill by the Senate and the House of Rep, over 574 memoranda and oral presentations were made with most religious organizations, traditional institutions, federal government ministries and agencies, state governments, state houses of assembly, civil society organizations, non-governmental organizations, youth and student bodies that participated in the public hearing overwhelmingly supported it. Among all the written and oral presentations, 95% were in support of the bill. Mr. President, after being consolidated by Joint Committee on Interior of the two chambers and adopted by the Senate and the House of Reps, the bill was transmitted to Mr. President for his assent, which he declined, citing lack of funds then and security concerns as his reason for withholding his assent to the bill. The concerns expressed by Mr. President is that part of the functions being sought by Peace Corps are already being carried out by existing security agencies. These have, however, been addressed in the functions contained in the current bill pending before these followed chambers. Mr. President, concerned by the increasing wave of unemployment and high poverty in the land, both past and present administration initiated different interventions to mitigate these challenges. Some of these we may recall is the sure pay, you win cash conditional transfer, Empower, Government Enterprise and Empowerment Program (GIP), Government Intervention Fund, Youth Investment Fund, Social Safety Net, and etc. It's a proven fact that once these financial handouts are no longer forthcoming, as it is the case in some instances, these same youths go back to the streets and protest quickly to revive social ills and productive preoccupation, and even sometimes backlashing the government. However, it is advisable that a more robust, sustainable, and institutionalized approach be adopted to ensure irreversibility of the conditions and welfare of the status of our youth. Mr. President, my distinguished colleagues, the volunteers will help in the community development and improve social and economic conditions. The dynamic nature of increasing insecurity in Nigeria today requires differentiation as a pinnacle to expertise in addressing security challenges. It also requires multi-sectoral, multilateral, multidimensional approach to tackle. In more advanced societies, Mr. President, youth-based organizations like the Nigerian Peace Corps are established with the sole aim of engaging and preoccupying the youth as a pinnacle to social consequences of being unemployed. Similar organizations exist in other parts of the world are in the American Peace Corps, Canadian Peace Corps, Bangladesh National Cadet Corps, Peace Officers Commission in China, Chinese Labor Corps, Lera Uniform Corps of Malaysia, Malaysia People Volunteer Corps, Production and Construction Corps of China. All these are consciously and deliberately designed to empower and socially preoccupy the youth so that their state of idleness won't be exploited adversely. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, from the core mandate of the functions of the Peace Corps contained in Part 1 and Section 2 of this bill, the Nigerian Peace Corps, when established, besides engaging millions of unemployed youths on permanent basis, has a capacity of complementing the functions of conventional security agencies in the areas of developing its members as supporting agents of social order by providing second-line public safety. Mr. President, in conclusion, it is worthy to note that in spite of the high level of sophistication and attainment in armament and weaponry, the Arab nations are currently toying with the idea of setting Peace Corps in their various countries as a pinnacle to addressing the security challenges confronting them. It is on this note that I crave your indulgence, distinguished colleagues, to vote overwhelmingly in support of this bill and in the overall interest of millions of Nigerian youths. Thank you very much.
Senator Suma, leader.
Mr. President, my highly respected and distinguished colleagues, this bill, has come through. I don't just even met it in the Senate. It has been there for quite some time. And I think the issues, the merits and the merits of this bill have been discussed in terms of its general principles over the life of about 2 or 3 Senates. So I don't think we should dwell that much on the issues because the merit and the merits of the general principle of the bill is not in doubt. It is the other considerations, like the sponsor has said, protection of costs and other kind of things that prevented its assent by the president. So, given the fact that he has already established that those observations that have been made by the executive has been addressed, I will rise to support the bill for the second reading so that it goes into committee. I will also like, in order to make it much more attractive when it goes to the committee, I will suggest that it should take the form of the Chinese model, that the production and construction corps, into just a peace corps which will be armed to go around, but it should have some tangible purpose. I think if we give it some purpose, it will be able to really attract the attention, of the authorities, so that its purpose will not be seen to be just policing around, but doing certain tangible work in the construction and infrastructure development agenda of the country. So maybe when it goes to the committee at that level, a purposeful need for it will be established so that it can, now go through the relevant thing and somebody will be able to really concretely support it, if it is established for a specific purpose, of nation building. So
Distinguished colleagues, the leader has said this one has been. I think we should save our time. Chief Whip. No, I didn't. I just said what the leader said. I repeated.
Well, Mr. President, my name is Oje Ozokalo, Abia North. In supporting this motion, I would like us to take this motion not only as a peace corps, because we are lacking food in our country. These young men and women will be used to activate our agricultural sector. They will be arranging peaceful coexistence between our agricultural farmers. They will also guide them and participate in agricultural extension. They will learn not only being policing people, they also learn how to do farming and agricultural extension. So we can use them like Boko Haram going to kill people in Borno State. If we have young men and women who are sitting down there and also being extended farmers, extended officers, they will fight with Boko Haram. They will not allow our people to die because they will also resist and be the second defense those elderly farmers will have. So, in supporting this bill, it is not a bill we can just leave to go. We can use them in construction, we can use them in road maintenance, like we are going to pay people in local government, say they are going to be paid some money for we can convert it to this. All those people receiving this money will join the Peace Corps. So I support this bill that we should go ahead and send it for second reading. Thank you for giving me the opportunity.
Is there anybody against the bill? Those in favor that the bill be now read a second time, say aye. Those against any, the ayes have it. Clerk of the Senate.
Mr. President, distinguished senators, a bill for an act to provide for the establishment of the Nigerian Peace Corps to develop, empower, and provide gainful employment for the youth, facilitate peace, volunteerism, community services, neighborhood watch, nation building, and for related matters 2020. SB 271, second reading.
A bill for an act to provide for the establishment of the Nigerian Peace Corps to develop, empower, and provide gainful employment for the youth, facilitate peace, volunteerism, community services, neighborhood watch, nation building, and for related matters 2020, second reading taken, and the bill is referred to our Committee on Interior to report back within 4 weeks. Leader of the Senate.
Mr. President, my highly respected and distinguished colleagues, the seventh order of the day is the second reading of the Nigerian Hunters Group Establishment Etc. Bill 2020. Distinguished senators will recall that the bills were read the first time in this chamber on Wednesday, 15 July 2020. Mr. President, you may wish to invite distinguished Senator Biodun Olujimi to move the motion for the bill to be read the second.
Senator Biodun Olujimi.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, distinguished colleagues. I am Biodun Olujimi. I represent Ekiti South. Mr. President, in line with what we have been talking about all day, thinking out of the box and ensuring that there is security in Nigeria, I will read the lead debate on the Nigeria Hunters Council.
I will advise that please give us an abridged presentation because this is a lot. Well, but you can if you. Is it possible that you have an abridged? Okay. Yeah, maybe it's the font size.
The bill was first read the first time in this hallowed chambers on the Wednesday, 15 July 2020. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, we all know that peace, safety, and security are imperatives and essential requirements for development and the attainment of a good standard of living of any human community. They provide the required enabling environment for citizens to live and work towards social, economic, and political development of the society. In the same measure, the absence of peace, safety, and security restrains the human capacity to develop and to a great degree lowers the quality and standard of life of both individuals and the society at large. The bill essentially seeks to provide for the establishment of the Hunters Council of Nigeria, charged with the responsibilities, among others, to provide community policing, maintain law and order within the community in which they serve, work with other security agencies to bring stability to Nigeria's fragile security, and to work in synergy with security agencies to bring peace to our dear country. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, may I remind us again that insecurity impacts negatively on citizens through loss of valuables, limbs, and even lives. It is against this background that the delivery of safety and security is taken as a justifiable public good and the very essence of the state. May I also say that the percentage of the policemen per population is low when compared to other climes, especially in the United Kingdom. Mr. President, my respected colleagues, the passage of this Hunters Council bill, with the passage, farmers can go to their farms, plant, and return home without fear. Traders will also carry out their trading and take the proceeds to the bank with the assurance that nobody will waylay them. May I mention, Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, that the body of men recruited and paid for by the state to discharge security functions, enforce law and maintain order is a recent development in human history. Prior to this time, distinguished colleagues, policing was the responsibility of every adult in the community, where all adults were obliged to contribute towards the control and prevention of crime and insecurity in the community. This was achieved through the system of hue and cry, watch and ward. Most neighborhood crimes are more often perpetrated by offenders who reside near the victims, which shows that crime is primarily a local problem which can best be solved locally using native and local intelligence. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, this bill seeks to control and prevent crime from within the community, as doing that from outside the community entails recruiting strangers who might not be familiar with the crime terrain, as well as criminals in the community. The bill seeks to enact a law that will legalize the activities of various hunter groups which already exist in Nigeria, to provide the notion that these groups, to prevent the notion that these groups lack constitutional powers to act and therefore are arrogating such powers to themselves. We all know that recent developments have shown that the new wave of crime has been taken to the forest. Kidnappers kidnap in the city and go to the forest. Even the herdsmen go to the forest. And combating it requires the establishment of an institution that is conversant with our forests. And the Hunters Council stands out on this. After all, they have over time recorded tremendous feat, taking the fight to kidnappers and bandits in their hideouts and forests across the country. Mr. President, I wish that my distinguished colleagues will allow this bill go to the committee so that we can take a public hearing on this and know the feelings of the people. In line with Order 7073 of the Standing Order of the Senate, as amended, a compendium, a very moderate compendium of the financial implication of the establishment of the council is hereby attached. I humbly urge you all to support the bill and pass it to give hunters in Nigeria the enabling environment to discharge their functions adequately. Thank you for your kind audit.
Senator Osman Tademi, comrade.
Mr. President, I rise to support this bill. In supporting this bill, Mr. President, I want to say that just like we have heard from my distinguished
colleague and sister in our lead debate. I think more than any time, the need for us to expand the network of our security is now. Across this country, we have hunters that perform the role of security agents or peacemakers, especially in rural communities. I meditated about her presentation, and I came to a conclusion that it is a bill that deserves the support of all of us. Because in the first instance, in quite a number of states, we have the vigilante. These are quite a number of people with formal training on security, and some of them are usually stationed within the communities, within the cities. Now, if you have the Hunter Council, these are people who probably grow within a specific community, and they know the terrain, they know the bush, they know the forest, and they'll be very handy. They may not be on a full time, but there are situations that will be compelling that they will be invited to give a backup to other security agents operating in their community. So I think, Mr. President, that it is a good bill that should be supported, and this will only help us in the concern in ensuring peace and security of life and properties in our nation. I think more importantly is the fact that as we gradually move towards 2021, one of the issues that will be of concern to us is the need to diversify our economy, and we'll be talking about agriculture, and you will need hunters to help maintain the peace. Like I said in the last month where I was making a contribution here, quite a number of the herdsmen that are killing our people, they are not even Nigerians. And they emanated because of some of the conventions that Nigeria have signed. You know, we signed so many conventions as the big brother in Africa, which enable people to move across the West African sub-region without any paperwork, without any identification, without any passport. Now, the good number of the herdsmen we see in Nigeria today, they are not our national, they are not Nigerians. So we need hunters to back up so that, Mr. President, the answers that took place will definitely affect food production next year. So for people to be able to go back to the farm, they will need some kind of a confidence that their security is guaranteed. So I submit, Mr. President, that this desire of this bill to have a Hunter Council is a worthwhile bill that we should support in order to ensure the security of life and properties, especially of rural dwellers, and more importantly, farmers who want to go back to farm to take care of their farmlands and their livestock, which has been threatening across this country. I don't know of any part of Nigeria that is not being threatened by the herdsmen. The herdsmen that are foreigners who are already in our midst today, they're a big problem to us. So I submit that we should all allow this bill to scale through to the second third reading. I also submit, Mr. President.
Is anybody against the bill? Those in favor that the bill be now read a second time, say aye. Those against, any, the ayes have it. Flag of the Senate.
Mr. President, distinguished senators, a bill for an act to establish the Nigerian Hunters Council of Nigeria to provide community policing, maintenance of law and order, and community service for Nigeria and for related matters 2020, SB 477, second reading.
A bill for an act to establish the Nigerian Hunters Council of Nigeria to provide community policing, maintenance of law and order, and community service for Nigerian and for related matters 2020, second reading taken, and the bill is referred to Senate Committee on the Interior to report back within 4 weeks. Leader of the Senate.
Mr. President, my highly respected and distinguished colleagues, the 8th order of the day is the second reading of National Unity Corps Establishment Bill 2020. In the absence of the distinguished Senator Stephanus Dungang, I move that the motion be, the bill be, second reading of the bill be stepped down to
Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I so second.
Those in favor of the motion say aye. Those against, any, the ayes have it. Leader of the Senate.
Mr. President, my highly respected and distinguished colleagues, the ninth order of the day is the second reading of the Federal College of Midwifery, Muchalla, Adamawa State Establishment, etc. Bill 2020. Distinguished senators will recall that the bill was read the first time in this chamber on Thursday, 8 October 2020. Mr. President, you may wish to invite distinguished Senator Elisha Cliff Ishaku to move the motion for the bill to be read the second time.
Senator Abu.
Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, my name is Senator Ishaku Abo. I represent the people of Adamawa North. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, I want to thank you for giving me the opportunity to present this bill for second reading. Mr. President, this bill seeks to establish the Federal College of Nursing and Midwifery, Muchala, Mubi North local government area of Adamawa State, and make comprehensive provisions for due management and administration. Mr. President, the establishment of this institution is informed by the desire to fill the acute shortfall in qualified healthcare providers for Nigeria's ever-growing population and the imperative to create more access to higher nursing and midwifery studies in view of the large number of qualified candidates who are annually stranded in their failed attempt in gaining admission into higher institutions in Adamawa State. The objective, Mr. President, of this college shall be the following: to provide training and research in nursing, midwifery, medical laboratory science, MLS, and other specialties of nursing, leading to the award of degree, professional certificates, diplomas, and other post-basic certificates, to provide avenues for continuing education in nursing, midwifery, and other specialties of nursing, and to provide such services that is necessary and incidental to the objectives of the college. Mr. President, to save time, Mr. President, because distinguished senators have been in the chambers now for the past hours, 2 hours before, after our closing time. I will go to the prayers at the back, Mr. President, or rather, I want to appreciate, Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, we know that the health sector has a very high potential and requires high-level medical, scientific, administrative skills to drive it. The establishment of this college, Mr. President, will go a long way into achieving this target. Distinguished colleagues, this bill is well organized and for its own very own purpose of a modern academic and research institution. Mr. President, the enactment of this bill will help in transforming the health and educational fortunes in Nigeria in producing the desired medical manpower and expertise in the Nigerian people are yearning for. Therefore, Mr. President, my highly respected and distinguished colleagues, in line with Order 77 Cap 3 of our Senate Standing Rules, the financial compendium is hereby attached. I urge you, Mr. President, to all support this bill for second reading so it can go to the committee for necessary consideration. Thank you for this opportunity, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr.
Senator Sanu.
Thank you, Mr. President. My name is Mohammed Sani Musa, Niger East Senatorial District. I rise to support this bill in its entirety, that the Federal College of Nursing and Midwifery, Machala, Mubi North, Adamawa State is a necessity, and we should all give it the necessary support. Thank you, Mr. President.
Is anybody against the bill? Somebody is against it? Okay. Those in favor that the bill be now read a second time, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. Clerk of the Senate.
Mr. President, distinguished senators, a bill for an act to provide for the establishment of the Federal College of Nursing and Midwifery, Mushala, Adamawa State, and for other related matters 2020, SB 517, second reading.
A bill for an act to provide for the establishment of the Federal College of Nursing and Midwifery, Mushala, Adamawa State, and for other related matters 2020, second reading taken, and the bill is referred to the Committee on Tertiary Education and Third Fund to report back within 4 weeks. Did I hear mood of the Senate? Leader, I heard someone saying mood. No, the mood should wait. At least, so that's the only thing left. Go ahead.
Mr. President, my highly distinguished colleagues, the 10th order of the day is a motion standing in the name of distinguished Senator Gershom Bassey on the breach of 2000-2001 fiscal incentive package conditions by Sinopec Adax Petroleum, resulting in over 1.2 trillion oil revenue loss to the federal government. Mr. President, you may wish to invite distinguished Senator Gershom Bassey to move the motion.
Senator Gershom Bassey.
Thank you, Mr. President. Gershom Bassey, Cross River South. The Senate notes that in 2000-2001, the federal government of Nigeria provided a fiscal incentive package to Adax Petroleum Company that saw the reduction of the company's petroleum profit tax from 85% in 1998 production sharing contract to 60% in the 2001 fiscal incentive package. And the company's share of oil lifting increased from about 45% to 56%. The Senate further notes that Adax Petroleum followed through by investing to grow production from 10,000 barrels per day in 2000 to over 100,000 barrels per day in 2008. Aware that Sinopec purchased the Adax Petroleum Nigeria production sharing contract in 2009. Further aware that from the purchase by Sinopec in 2009, the assets have witnessed significant production decline due to poor investment decision-making, production levels to fall presently to approximately 30,000 barrels per day with no developed gas. The Senate observes that Sinopec Adax, despite holding a 100% production sharing contract with oil mining leases, OML 123, OML 124, OML 126, has refused to stick to its end of the bargain to continue investing in the operated assets, leading to a revenue loss of about $3.35 billion per year to the Nigerian government. The Senate further observes that OML 137 is non-producing because Sinopec Adax has breached the fiscal incentive package by neglecting to invest in that asset, resulting in huge oil revenue losses to Nigeria. The Senate is concerned that in the fourth quarter of 2018, the lack of competent operations by Sinopec Adax made 5 Nigerian general managers and their deputies exit the company voluntarily. Further concerned that given the lack of any demonstration by Sinopec Adax to stay in Nigeria because of the company's unwillingness to purchase an office building and its refusal to invest for production growth, it is shocking that NNPC continues to honor the elapsed gentleman's agreement that made Sinopec Adax operate these assets and lift 70% of crude oil they are producing, resulting in a huge annual revenue loss to the Nigerian government. The Senate is worried that in 2016, the process of value for money audit of $1.37 billion of cost oil that had been lifted by Adax Petroleum from 2007 to 2014 was initiated with the understanding that it would take 3 months to conclude.
The Senate is further worried that since the initiation of the VFM, the Value for Money audit, in 2016, Sinopec Adax Petroleum has continued to enjoy oil overlift and have frustrated the process of conclusion of the audit to allow for equitable and accurate determination of lifting. Disturbed that the COVID-19 pandemic has negatively impacted on our economy and has thrown Nigeria into debt, meanwhile the federal government has over 1.2 trillion naira of its revenue lying with Sinopec Adax Petroleum Company. The Senate is also further disturbed that Sinopec Adax will be leaving an abandonment and decommissioning liability cost of around $750 million at the expiration of their stay in Nigeria come 2022. Accordingly, the Senate mandates the Senate Committee on Public Accounts, Petroleum Upstream, Senate Committee on Gas, and the Senate Committee on Finance to scrutinize the 2001 Fiscal Incentive Package and other federal government agreements with Sinopec Adax Petroleum Company with a view to ascertaining the level of the company's compliance with these arrangements and make recommendations to the Senate. I so move.
Deputy Leader.
Release it.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. President. I want to congratulate the sponsor of this motion for bringing up this issue. Mr. President, I've had personal relationship with the Chinese company who were responsible for building our satellite, the Chinese Great Wall, and they did a very good work for us. And in the area of transfer of technology, we are nothing to be compared with because they will never install any problem or any roadblock in transferring technology to developing countries. But unfortunately, of recent, the stories we've been hearing about the mode of operation of Chinese companies in Africa raises an issue that we need to pay particular attention to. In fact, we have had issues where some African countries have to outrightly cancel contracts entered into by Chinese companies because the deal has not been either fair or transparent. And in fact, that in the case of Nigeria, I read, I don't know how far it is true, that an agreement between the Chinese and Nigeria was written in Chinese, which the Nigerian could not even read or understand. And this caused a question of transparency. So this issue of Sinopec calls for serious consideration.
I think I really support and second the mover of this motion that the agreement earlier entered to should be investigated. This is not an outright allegation or condemnation, but an invitation that the agreement should be investigated. And I think I support it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Isajibrin.
Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, I am Issa Jibrin, representing Kogi East. Mr. President, this is a clear case of compromise on the part of the supervising authorities, okay, in particular NNPC. And this is a pointer to many of the lapses and abuses that are attributable to the production sharing contracts in Nigeria, production sharing contract arrangements in Nigeria. I think as a rider to this motion, I want to suggest that there should be a holistic review of the production sharing arrangements, okay, with the various companies in Nigeria. It is very important because I want to believe that this type of leakage that we are seeing here is also happening in other production sharing contract arrangements in Nigeria. Thank you.
Senator Sanu.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a very good motion, but what I can see is that we are talking about petroleum tax issues and levies that have not been honored. And the statistics is not here, for which we should, for us to know to the extent of the default. So I would suggest that instead of bringing any other committee into this, we should allow Finance Committee to do it. Because if Finance Committee goes to NNPC to check the books or check from the FIRS, petroleum tax and levies, they will be able to identify what are the issues. So this is my submission, sir.
Maybe I should ask the chairman, the mover, the sponsor of the motion. Do you have anything to add?
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I think the key issue here is the issue of overlift. There was an arrangement on the overlift that resulted in an overlift by, if you know, production sharing contracts are usually, I think, 60-40. But here there is an arrangement where the operator is overlifting in order to meet some liabilities according to them. And this overlift was supposed to be for a number of months, but it has continued for almost 5 or 6 years. I think that is the issue here.
Well, who arranged with who?
This is the NNPC arranged with the concessionaire, with the operator. That is really the issue, and that's what we are trying to investigate to unravel these issues. Yes.
Senator Oluji.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, distinguished colleagues. I just want to commend the mover of the motion, Senator Kesham Bassey. Mr. President, this is a clear case of thievery, and the earlier we get into it, the better. Mr. President, I want to suggest when we get to prayers that we put together a small ad hoc committee that will look into this. It will consist of public accounts, finance, and upstream, so that together they can unravel whatever is behind this overlifting and ensure that the monies that should accrue to the federal government will come back. We cannot, at the end of their tenure, go into liability of $750 million just for the fun of it. And so, Mr. President, I want to urge you to put this small team together so that they can make sense of what has gone wrong with the Sinopec ADAX petroleum deal. Thank you, Mr. President.
Is there anybody against the motion? Okay, we'll go to the prayers. Leader, have your seat. We'll go to the prayer. There is only one prayer, and the leader said he will amend it. The Senate accordingly resolves to mandate the Senate Committee on Petroleum Upstream and Senate Committee on Gas to scrutinize the 2000-2001 fiscal incentive package and other federal government agreements with the Sinopec Addax Petroleum Company with a view to ascertaining the level of the company's compliance with these agreements and make recommendations. And report back when? Within 2 weeks. Leader, what is your amendment?
Mr. President, I have a feeling that this particular kind of work, given the kind of work that our own statutory committees have been doing, is much more opportune to have an ad hoc committee made up of made up of other people who would have enough time in their hands to really go to, who would think in a much more open way, than statutory committees of the Senate would do. So I would recommend setting up an ad hoc committee to look into this matter.
Senator Olujimi, you are seconding it, right?
Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, I support the motion as moved by the leader that the ad hoc committee will consist of the committees, petroleum.
No, he didn't say that. He just said ad hoc committee. So I take it that you have seconded exactly what he said. Those in favor of the prayer, prayer 1 and only prayer as amended, say aye. Those against say nay. That is how it. The ad hoc committee membership is as follows. Senator Sabi Abdullah Aliu, Chairman. Senator Geshem Basi, member. Senator Biodun Olujimi, member. Senator Ahmed Babakaita, member. Senator Jibrin Isa, member. Senator Michael Inachi, member. Senator Clifford Odia, member. Senator Halil Jika, member. They have 4, is it 2 weeks or 4 weeks? 2 weeks to report back within 2 weeks. 4 weeks. Okay, within 4 weeks. Thank you very much, distinguished colleagues. This marks the end of today's proceedings. We have finished with everything in the order paper. And with this, the Senate is hereby adjourned till tomorrow, the 16th day of December, 2020 at 10 a.m. prompt. Thank you very much.